All right. What is up, everybody? Coming in here a couple minutes early. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Y'all know how these usually start. A few minutes of me messing around, trying to get everything straight. Let's make sure the audio is on everything. Oh, let me slap on the headphones. All right, music is a little too loud. Take that down a bit. Let me make sure we actually even are streaming and I'm not just talking to myself. Nightmares Nightly. Live! Alright, let me open that up so I can see the chat. Okay, let's see. Moderation helps keep everyone feel safe. YouTube's showing me things. Oh hey, chat's rocking and rolling already. Manic Cryptid. Kevin, today is a good day, way better than the last 2 weeks. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Kenny Williams, hi, what's up, Kenny? Oh, hi, Taco Osiris. Hello, kind of feels like deja vu. Kenny Williams, not me, not to me. I have never been here before or done this. A little apprehensive, but willing to give it a shot. What time do we get started? Good to see you in here, Kenny Williams. You know, funny story. In about the 6th or 7th grade, my grandma, my Mima, she got me a bright ass orange sweater for Christmas or my birthday one year, and I wore it to school for a little while. And my name's Kevin, and for like almost that whole school year, my nickname just became Kenny, and everyone just started calling me Kenny because one of my friends, Adam, he saw me in that. I didn't watch South Park growing up, but I knew about it, and he saw me in that bright orange thing the first day, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, you killed Kenny!" And he just started calling me Kenny, and then it just kind of stuck for a while. Let's see. Mandizzle, good to see you, Amanda. Let's see. Naomi, good to see you too, Naomi. Alley oops, good to see you, good to see you. Good eye. How are ya? How's everyone been today? Good, I hope. Better than the last 2 weeks. Also, still good to hear that. Alan, let's go. Alan, good to see you, man. I see you remember too. That's awesome. Just another Cisco. We aren't here. This is all a dream. Sounds like a creepypasta. Cisco, did you bring donuts? Please tell me you brought some donuts, my friend. Hi, Kevin. Hi, y'all. I'm at work. I can't chat. Good to see you here, Zachary. Good to see you here. Thank you. Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate it. Oh, sorry, y'all. I just had to listen to me drink some Diet Coke. I will always apologize for like mouth or food noises. I can't stand like ASMR videos like that. A lot of people love them. It drives me to. I hate hearing someone eat, hearing someone drink, or like hearing someone drink's not that bad because one of my favorite things going to the movie theater is when they play like the Dr Pepper commercial to get you to go to the concessions, and they just they pop open that. You hear the top go, and the Dr Pepper pops, and then they see you. You see it get poured into the drink full of ice. Oh, the cup starts to sweat. It's so cold. Love it. Just another Cisco sent a membership. Thank you, Cisco. Thank you. Amanda, guys, a quick moment. My stepdaughter has been on and off life support for almost 2 weeks. We think my ex had a hand in it. If you pray to any deities, please do so. She's only 35. Mandizzle, I will be praying for that right now. You know what? Everybody, if you don't mind, I'm a Christian, so I'm just going to do this out loud. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for Amanda. We thank you for her family. We thank you for her being here tonight. And we ask that you please, in Jesus' name, Father, bless and heal her stepdaughter. Let her make a full recovery. Let her be around, Lord. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Let's see. What else do we got going? All right, so on the agenda tonight, on the agenda, you know what? Let me also let me send Keeper a message. Excuse me, got the hiccups. You know, my voice was like feeling great, like 25 minutes ago, but then I just ate a bunch of chips, and now I'm like, I sound kind of off. So let me go ahead and put in a. Let's see. I can. I don't know why it only lets me do it on my phone, unless there's another way. But not that I. Oh, here it is, right there. Hmm. 2 hours. Party time. I just got to. If. Alright, so what we got right now is. I have an hour of Tribal Jail Part 2 done. We were at like 25 minutes the other week. I recorded almost an hour today, so we're at an hour and 5 minutes. If we just hit, 5 super chats or 3 super chats and 2 gifted memberships, something like that, I'm going to play the entire hour that y'all have missed out on, and then continue recording. Let's see, what else do I have? Trying to think, what do we have on the... Alright, here's a story that we can work on. I might... Here, you know what? Let me copy and paste this into a Word document. Before I pop the screen out. I hope everybody's week is going well. I've had a very good week last week. Just chilling, hanging out with family and everything like that. I got to take a few days off. We had to take our dog, our cockapoo, to the vet because he's been throwing up all week, and then he pooped out a bunch of blood the other day, and we took him to the vet, and they basically just said that he's stressed out because he is not getting as much attention as he used to now that the baby girl is born. Thank you, man Dizzle, for the $4.99. Hey, you mean a lot to me too. Thank you. Yeah, he had an upset stomach, and the doctor was like, dogs just, a lot of their stress goes straight to their bowels. His bowels are inflamed. That was $400 that we had to spend just to get told that. And then like 2 weeks before that, he tweaked his something in his leg, and that was like a $400 visit. He has been he's a cockapoo. He's 27 pounds, and he has been very what's the term? Just very depressed looking since the baby girl has been a sweet addition to the family because he doesn't get as much attention as he used to. So he's been doing good though the past few days. Nothing bad lately. Baby Dink, good to see you. Good to see you. All right, what do we have on the agenda? All right, monitor 1. Oh, you know what? Maybe let me switch back again. Because I might read... Actually, something else. I want to read a story that Keeper submitted to me And if I don't read it tonight, I will get it read sometime this week. But there's something else. Let's see. My Family. Alright, part... Oh, this is the complete. Alright, part 2. You know, this is probably a good story that, to have to collaborate on. Looks like there's a lot of voices in it. O2321. He definitely writes some good series. Let's see, what else do we get? I thought that was you because I saw it on. I was like, that just looks like the picture's so small, but I was like, that just looks like Manic. Hmm. Gosh, Google Docs has got to chill out. It almost just docks my whole name. All right, get everything signed in under Nightmares Nightly. Ooh, cool floating heart jewels. Cool. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead. Let me open up a new Audacity sound file. So what I have planned for the future is I hope to release Tribal Jail Part 2 either this week or next week. I wanted to upload it sooner, and I would have, but it's Part 1 has been doing really well. And I don't want to release Part 2 and then have Part 2 throw Part 1 out of the YouTube algorithm. It's kind of hard to explain, but you know you can kill the. And I thought I said ensure. They both stopped before it had the chance to escalate. The exposure was approximately 9 hours ago, meaning you have about 63 hours left to go. That'll be approximately 1 p.m. on Friday. There's no way we can. This is non-negotiable. This is a matter of your security, sir. We have an emergency health service site, but I can promise you that it won't be pleasant. You will be chemically induced into sleeplessness for the full duration of exposure until the event is past. It can cause long-lasting brain damage. El DeGusto, out of work, I'm here. You can start the stream over now. Good to see you here, my friend. You know what? Before I move on, let me just do something real quick. Let me see if this person still has a YouTube channel. It was brought to my attention last week. Oh, of course, I still gotta... The people are just so fucking desperate to make money, no fucking morals. It's just fucking ridiculous. All right, if everybody that's not driving or is not at work can go to this YouTube channel and report it for impersonation, they literally just downloaded my videos and are just uploading like 10 videos a day. Yeah, so if everyone could, like, it's so shameless. People are pathetic. You know, what's so funny too is that they even uploaded my channel update demonetized video, which I just found hilarious. But if you're not busy and you're not driving or at work, go to that channel for me. Just report impersonation. Yeah, I mean, people are hilarious. Alright, let's see. Cause long-lasting brain. Cause long-lasting brain damage. We were handed a folder each, explaining our responsibilities and rights. An unmarked red folder with 3 papers. One explaining their right to force this upon us, another explaining that we'd already signed the consent papers, and a third one was a form explaining when we could go to sleep. There was also an inventory one was a form explaining when we could go to sleep. There was also an inventory form explaining the items we were It was a form explaining when we could go to sleep. There was also an inventory form explaining the items we were to have returned at the end of the containment. They left a box of 50 glass vials, some kind of 4-hour booster shots. The man explained how underage children were not to take more than 1 every 7 hours, and that my mother, if pregnant, shouldn't take any at all. Luckily, my mom wasn't pregnant. I'm an only child. We were also given fiber bars with some sort of hormone supplement. I said supplement funny. Wasn't pregnant. I'm an only child. We were also given fiber bars with some kind of hormone supplement. I fucking did wasn't pregnant. I'm an only child. We were also given fiber bars with some kind of hormone supplement. Unmarked and unbranded, but warm. Maybe they were made recently. The packaging was sloppy at best. Also, a little tease for y'all, because if I have to wait, then y'all do too. Wound Liquor, a regular on the channel, and I'm sure y'all have seen a ton of his stories on Dark Sonium. Dark Sonium covers a lot of Wound Liquor stories too. Wound Liquor has been working on a personalized story for me. What was it? He messaged me, Mark Lynch. He messaged me a while ago and was like, "Hey, I thank you so much for covering some stories." And he's one of the authors I try to pay on a regular basis because his stories are just incredible. And he's given me like a blanket free reading for his stuff, but I PayPal him whenever I can, and along with some other authors on here too that do the same thing. And he asked, since I've done so many of his stories, if he had something that like something special he wanted him to work on. He's like, is there something you want me to focus on or whatever like that? And I was like, dude, I've had this story rattling around in my brain for months, and I haven't been able to write it. I just haven't been able to, because y'all know I've got quite a few written by me in the channel, and I couldn't figure out what the plot could be, but I had the idea. And I mentioned this a long time ago in a comment somewhere. Some of y'all might have seen it. It was to report, do I open a video? Yeah, I think you have to open the video, or you might be able to do it on the channel, but just click on the video and then, let's see. I'd have to do it right now. It would take too long. But just click where you see those 3 little bullet points and then click on that, and then it will be there. He said, is there something you want me to work on? And then him and I just brainstormed back and forth through email. I told him I have an idea for a long time. Hey, Kevin, I'm so late. It's been a hell of a week and a half. Good to at least make the live. Good to see you here, Race Car Guy. Race Car Guy 2448. Good to see you, my friend. 3 dots, not buttons. That's true, I guess. Did I say button? I meant to say actually bullet points. I told him the premise is this, and this is the title. It's, in hell there is a cart, and everyone must pull. And that's my title. And basically, there's a certain circle of hell, or purgatory, if you want to call it that people go to. And they are pulling, just think of a colossal wagon. It's huge. It's made out of wood. It's made out of old, splintered wood. It's chipped. The wheels creak, and everyone's got chain. They're chained around their waist. with to the wagon, and there is one thing always scared me as a kid when I would read it in the Bible, and it was when hell was called the weeping and gnashing of teeth, and that shit always just freaked me out. Still freaks me out now. And in this hell, there is the weeping and gnashing of teeth, and it forever follows the cart. And everyone that is in this circle of hell has to pull the cart away from the weeping and gnashing of teeth. And I was like, I got this idea, and I sent him, the opening scene. And I was like, but dude, I just don't know how to, okay. Okay, so thank you, Naomi. I was like, I don't know how to, I don't know what the plot is. I have the idea, I have the concept, but I don't know what the meat of the story is and the resolution. And we went back and forth, and he is working on this awesome story. He just finished the first draft. It's like 7,000 words. Excuse me. And he's got that worked out so far. He's combing through the first draft, and he's going to send it to me soon. And I'm like, dude, I can't wait. I cannot wait to see what you do with it. I'm going to record that bad boy the day you send it over to me. Totaled my car hitting a deer on the 3rd at 1 a.m. That sucks. Where we moved to, we moved out kind of like to the country a little bit, and there are just, when I come home from work at like 10 o'clock at night, it's a 60-mile-an-hour road, and everybody goes 70 on it. And I'm like, fuck, man. Everyone's speeding. There's deer. It's, surrounded by cornfields. You're just asking to get your car just destroyed by a deer running out of the middle of the road. I almost hit a cat the other night. Cats are usually smart, too. They're usually not fucking dumb. But I hit my brakes, and the cat ran through the road, thankfully. Yeah, one time when I was like maybe 15, my mom was taking me to a patient first at like 9 o'clock at night. I just remember it was nighttime, and I think it was cold. So that could have been 7 o'clock, to be honest. We were going to a patient first, and this is a road where there's like usually there's not many woods where we were living back then. And my mom drove an old Cougar, and a deer ran out in the middle of the road, and my mom clipped like it's from like the shoulder or like the neck up, and it hit that thing pretty good, and we kept going, and that deer just kept on trucking. I was like, damn, dude, they're fucking made of like solid metal. All right, back to the story. The packaging was sloppy at best. Where is that? Oh, I hear baby girl. Crying it up. The packaging was sloppy at best. Where is that? The package was sloppy at best. Am I blind? I can't fucking see it. Oh, wow, it's right there. Okay. The packaging was sloppy. I know, right? The deer was nearly split in half. We were going around 60. Whew. Damn. I'm always scared that, one, that I'm going to hit a deer, period. But I'm always scared I'm going to hit a buck, and it's going to come through the fucking windshield and just impale me. When I was in the police academy, if y'all don't wear your seatbelt, guys, please wear your fucking seatbelt. You would not believe how many videos I saw in the police academy where a car does like 1 or 2 rolls, and I'm telling you, cars are obsessed with throwing people out of fucking windows, even if they're closed. I saw so many people get ragdolled through a window, and you wouldn't think that a human being can just go through and I don't mean the front window, I mean like the side windows. You'd have to like fold yourself into a contortionist almost to fly through one of those. I saw so many videos of people getting thrown through windows like that, and then sometimes people will get thrown through a window, and then they land right where the car is about to roll, and a car will just fucking I saw a video of this one poor UPS or FedEx driver driving one of those big-ass, top-heavy vans, and he had his, like those work phones that they give you that they take pictures of with, and they scan the packages. He had that in one hand, and he was driving down, like a two-lane road, and it was a straightaway. It wasn't even like a curvy road, and just his attention got distracted for a second because he was looking down at the thing. He swerved a little heavy, going one way, and then people always overcorrect, and then the top heaviness of the van. He had no seatbelt on, and he had the sliding door open, and he flew out of the sliding door, and then the whole fucking FedEx van landed on him. Oh gosh, yeah. There were some horrible, horrible things we saw during my tenure as a police officer. It was crazy. Oh man, yeah. First responders, especially fire. The thing is that firemen see a lot of crazy stuff too, but police usually see it first because police are all already out on the road, and police are almost always the first one to arrive to a call because one, we can drive 90 miles an hour if we have to. And then on top of that, they're already hanging around, The fire's got to suit up, get in the truck, get the call, all that stuff. All right, here we go. The packaging was sloppy at best. The fancy man was trying his best to explain, and I could see my parents were eager to listen. Look up Australian TV ads from the 80s for car safety. Wow, we don't mess around. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I know, and too, we actually, that Australian lady who worked with me when I was a daycare teacher for the pre-K and after school room, I had a assistant. She wasn't an assistant. We had like two different age ranges in the same room, so we were two lead teachers in the same room, and she was Australian, and she moved here when she was like, I don't know, 35 or 40, and she was like, wow, we don't have that many deer. I don't know, maybe not any, I don't know, I can't remember exactly, but she's like, the way you see deer as roadkill here, you see kangaroo as roadkill, which I was like, that's crazy, because to an American, kangaroos are so like cool and like awesome looking, and you think of them as like kind of smart, whereas we think of deer as like kind of dumb animals. And she's like, yeah, you see kangaroo on the side of the road like that. And I was like, that's nuts. All right, where are it's best to explain, and I could see my parents were eager to listen. Where the hell was that? But I barely understood half of it. Instead, I looked at the armed guards. They looked exhausted. Maybe they too weren't allowed to sleep. One of them had his mouth open and almost drooled, blinking one eye at a time. I could have sworn he nodded off for a second, which prompted him to take a walk outside. I don't know if we can do this. It's a lot to ask. We've only just... If at any point you can't do this, you need to call this number. It's the only number that works, the man said, pointing to the final line on the final page of the folder. If someone falls asleep and can't be awakened within a few minutes, they're in terrible danger. If that happens, try to keep them awake by any means until we can get here to pick them up. And then they'll be taken to our site in Mankato, where they'll be chemically induced to stay awake. I know, have y'all seen that badass video of, I don't know, maybe it's like 7 or 8 years old now, of that guy whose dog was getting attacked and like killed by a kangaroo, and this fucking Chad just comes out and punches that motherfucker right in the face, and then the kangaroo lets his dog go. The kangaroo had the dog in a headlock, and he punches that thing in the fucking face, and then the kangaroo looks at him like, what the fuck, did this human just punch me? And then in the comments, I saw that guy lost his job, his company fired him, and I'm like, what the fuck? People were outraged. But then I saw in the comments too from a lot of Aussies, they were like, yeah, kangaroos will, I don't know what it is, they take dogs outside and drown them. I don't know if you've heard about that, Ali. I saw that in the comments, that that's like a big problem in some parts of Australia. where kangaroos drown dogs. I thought that was fucking gnarly. Just to stay awake. Plus, kangaroos, if you get hit with those feet, they can disembowel you, which is crazy. They will fight a dead tree. Oh man, that's funny. Where they'll be chemically induced to stay awake. So what exactly happens if someone doesn't make it? If we all just fall asleep? Yeah, they really do drown dogs. That's so fucking wild. Damn. The man shook his head, tapping the clipboard with his pen. They will most probably die. Others might too. I can't imagine getting away with firing someone for it. Yeah, they drown dogs and the talons on the toes. Yeah, they're nuts. Others might too. While they went into the kitchen to explain the details, the angry-looking guard approached me with a sealed bag, handing me back my PlayStation 2 power cable. I said that funny. While they went into the kitchen to explain the details, the angry-looking guard approached me with the sealed bag, handing me back my PlayStation 2 power cable. He gave me a pat on the shoulder. I checked with the tech team. You're good to go. And happy birthday. I'd almost forgotten that it was my birthday. I appreciate the gesture, but I just couldn't bring myself to smile. I had too many questions bubbling in the back of my head, and I was too afraid to speak. They probably talked for another 20 minutes or so before the men left, leaving my parents and I alone in the kitchen. My mother was smoking under the kitchen fan. I'd only seen her... my tongue made all these clicking noises. My mother was smoking under the kitchen fan. I'd only seen her smoke 2 times. Once when she lost her job, and another time when her father got sick. Smoking in the kitchen was a surefire way to tell something was wrong. Dad was sitting with his arms crossed, looking at the box of booster shots. This is not a joke, my dad finally said. This is very serious. We're all going to need to help each other to get through this. Mom said nothing, but I could see her hands trembling. She'd been crying. She was shaking so much that the ash from her cigarette didn't reach the ashtray. It just plopped down on the stove. Oh, the Brain of Theseus story you had in compilations mentioned mapping the neurology of a fruit fly. That was recent. They did that just 3 months ago, so the story must have been new. I actually think that story is not old, but I think it's kind of old. I know it's older than 3 months. Because it's called The Mind of Theseus. And that story is a few months old on the channel alone. It could be within the past 6 months, maybe. Down on the stove. Tray. It just plopped down on the stove. We can't be alone, Dad continued. We're going to do our best to keep busy. You can play as many games as you want, but you can't fall asleep. They gave back my power cable. Does that mean it's okay for me to use the PlayStation? It's okay. It's okay, honey. Play your games. Let me bring up real quick. Cold Relics. There's a story that... he's the one that did Undo, Orphan Source, with the Strange Letters that we had Whispering Scream on. He's done a lot of stories on the channel that I've covered, and there's one that I want to cover. I'm on the other monitor. Manny Willem's last radio show. I'm excited to do that because he told me, I was emailing him, and he told me it's kind of like an audio drama on the radio. So I'm going to actually read this whole thing beforehand because I want to cast a bunch of proper voices for this one. I want to find the right people for this one. Manny Willem's last radio show. And let's see, the following is a copy of a post made on a small Lost Media focused Discord server and the transcription that was passed around for about a week before the server was mysteriously shut down. Though a cliche, it may have been a governmental department that took notice of the server, and two of the files had hosted for only a few days. It feels like they went out of their way in targeting our obscure community of just about a dozen individuals, but several of the former members I talked to seem to agree that in doing so, it just shows how much they're monitoring similar information and what they'll do to continue a barely known cover-up. If nothing else, the shutdown only further gives credence to the story, at least aspects of it. Okay, sweet. Yeah, this is something that I'm interested in, because he told me it's kind of like a good back and forth of a bunch of characters. I gotta figure out who I want. I definitely am gonna want Dexter on it. Definitely Dexter, I think. Let me catch up on some comments real quick. That Roog got deboed. Maybe they must have read about the project while they were developing it. Yeah, there's actually a good chance. Man, I'm going to have to take these contacts out. I get them blurry. I've had horrible headache problems ever since I was a kid. I legit, like, ever since I was like 10 years old, I remember like asking my mom, like, my head hurts, do you have some medicine? And for me, this isn't for everybody, but one of the biggest things that works for me is we're just working out or taking a nice long walk or something like that. But you can't do that all the time either. It's okay, honey. It's okay, honey. Play your games. For those first few hours, I didn't understand what the big deal was. No more school for the rest of the week? No bedtime? And unlimited screen time? That didn't sound too bad. I gamed late into the night. Sly 2 and Ratchet and Clank... I gamed late into the night. Sly 2 and Ratchet and Clank were on the menu, and I had a blast. I got some snacks along with one of those fiber bars. They tasted like twigs and raisins, but it made my brain calm. Not tired, but it made it easier to focus. It also made it harder to shut my eyes, making my eyelids itch. All lights in the house were kept on all throughout the night. Mom and Dad kept playing music on the downstairs stereo, and they desperately tried to keep me engaged. I was engaged enough just playing games, so I think it was more for their benefit than mine. At 5 a.m., my dad took his first booster shot. I could hear it all the way from upstairs. He was cussing pretty hard. Apparently, those things tasted like a mix of stale rice and death. Mom took her first boost about half an hour later, but she mixed it with orange juice. Apparently that helped. By 7 a.m., even I was feeling it. I'd never been up all night playing video games like that on a school day before. Sure, I'd pulled all-nighters with my friends, but it was usually something we prepared for. So by early morning, I could feel myself nodding off. My parents were checking in on me every now and then and decided to act. We were having family breakfast, pretending as if we'd already slept. You're always cranky in the morning. Try to imagine this is just that. Another cranky morning. I knew for a fact they'd slipped one of the boosters into my cereal. I saw 3 empty vials on the counter. And I knew... I paused too long on that. Fact, redo. They'd slipped one of the boosters into my cereal. Oh, fuck, where is it? Fact, they'd slipped one of the boosters into my cereal. I saw 3 empty vials on the counter, and I knew none of them had taken a second one yet. Still, I had little choice but to try. We weren't even halfway through the containment yet. As we finished our breakfast, we could hear commotion outside. I was upstairs brushing my teeth, watching through the hallway window. It was our neighbors, Larry Peterson, the 55-year-old man who worked for the fishing supplies at the... Who worked the... My teeth, watching through the hallway window. It was our neighbors. Larry Peterson, the 55-year-old man who worked the fishing supplies at the local mini-mall. Oh, my tab just crashed on the other monitor. Freaked me out for a second because my screen went blah, 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 and I was like, whoa, what was that? Let me bring that back up. Who worked the fishing supplies at the local mini-mall. Oh, my tab just crashed. Other monitor freaked me out for a second because my screen. Someone stealing Lighthouse as well. Yeah, no surprise. I've seen his stories get, his whole channel get copied by other people quite a bit. It's just ridiculous. People just want free money. They don't want to work for it. Someone stealing Lighthouse as well. Yeah, no surprise. I've seen his stories. Nocturnal narratives. Yeah, people. It's insane. It's just ridiculous. People just want free money. Yeah, let's see. You know what's crazy? Talking about migraines is, maybe like, I don't know, 10 years ago, I got put on a medicine for migraines. Well, I don't get migraines. I just get horrible headaches at the base of my skull in the back. You know what's crazy? Talking about migraines. And what was it? The doctor gave me something called Topamax. And it was so crazy. One, it made my funny bones tingle a lot for no reason. And then it was what was it? Then one day I bought a Monster Energy drink and I took a sip and it was completely flat. And I'm like, fuck, man, these things are expensive and this whole can is fucking useless. And I took another sip and it was still fucked up. And I started pouring it down the sink. I mean, it was flat. Like someone shook the hell out of it and it was in the heat, froze and refroze. I pour this thing down the sink and it's just fizzing and bubbling. And I'm like, what the hell? It's fizzing. It's not flat. Then I grabbed a beer and the beer was completely flat. I poured that down the sink. Well, one of the side effects of Topamax is I don't know how it works, but you just cannot feel carbonation, which was crazy to me. You could have given me the most carbonated drink ever, and it would taste completely flat to me. And I got off of it because I didn't think it was working anyways. And then plus, I started getting back into working out, and then my headaches went away from that. But that was a gnarly side effect. I mean, I'm talking like one pill later, and that would cut in. And apparently, I was looking up, I was researching it, and some people get prescribed it just so they can quit soft drinks because it makes soft drinks taste disgusting. But that was a gnarly side effect. I mean, I'm talking like one pill later, and that would cut in. Even smelling an open can of Monster gives me a headache. And some people get prescribed it just so they can quit soft drinks. Yeah, that making my funny bones tingle all the time, and then combined with making every drink taste horribly disgusting, I was like, this shit ain't worth it. Monster gives me a headache. All right, let's see. I have to take I got something I got to do with the family for a little bit. So I'm going to play for y'all the 1 hour of part 2 of the tribal jail. Oh man, y'all are getting an echo, aren't you? From my my bad if y'all were getting an echo just now because I had the thing open in another tab. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play an hour of tribal jail while I take care of some things downstairs. Please feel free. I'll still be in chat, so chat it up. I'll be responding. If we can hit that goal of $25 tonight, that'd be super cool. I'm going till 10 no matter what, so it's not like we'll get extra time if we do hit it. But if we can't hit $25 tonight, that'd be super awesome. I have a new interface, I have a new interface I want to use. I want to buy. It's like $200, so I've been saving up for that. Because, I'm using right now like a 15-year-old Yamaha, my whole YouTube career so far, and it's like not even actually meant for like this. It's meant for like plugging in like drums and stereos and stuff. So I'm like, let me get a new interface. That's $200, and I do want to get a new microphone. Even though I don't need a new microphone, but it'd be nice. But I've been saving up for that lately. If we can hit the dono goal, that'd be super cool. We got $10 in there so far, just another 15. All right, enough of me plugging that. I'm going to AFK, but I'll be in the chat, and I'm going to play the hour of picking up right from the end of part 1 of Tribal Jail. When she put me back under, she had me think back to when I ran into Smith and saw the guards pinned to the wall.
I want you to tell me where the others went. Last session, you said after you saw the lights went out.
Immediately after, I was back in that moment. I looked at Smith and looked around. Where is everyone else? The 2 bodies were still on the wall in front of us, but there was no sign of the group we were just with.
No clue. There's not even a trace of anyone else.
I looked around and he was right. I looked behind us and there were faint footprints leading to us, but none going back or away from us. It's like they just vanished, I said. I could see the worry on Smith's face. He shook it off and looked up and down the hallway in front of us.
I don't see anything in either direction. Let's go.
I followed closely behind him and we made our way down the hallway. Everything went dark.
Now go to where you left off last session,
Carrie said. I immediately snapped to the moment the door opened and we saw the trail. Hey, Smith, where are we exactly? Smith looked absolutely confused.
I have no idea.
He looked around before turning around and walking over the wall to our left.
When I picked you 2 up, I drove you to our office in the city.
He pointed at the emergency evacuation map on the wall in front of him.
See right here?
Will and I walked over to him. I immediately saw the "You Are Here" star right next to where the door read First Avenue.
This door is supposed to be used for emergency use only. It's red so that if you're inside, you know what doors lead outside. This is one of 3 doors that's also red on the outside so that first responders know where they can pull in.
So it leads to a trail? I asked.
That's pretty stupid.
There isn't even decorative bushes or trees on any of the surrounding streets from this office. It's in the middle of a city, so no. At the moment, I have no fucking clue where we are now.
We went back to the door and looked outside. It was nighttime. How many days has it been since you picked us up? I asked. Smith hung his head and sighed.
About 3 days.
Will looked at me and was clearly surprised by this. He asked where we were this whole time.
We had you in a medical holding area. While there, a series of tests were ran to make sure you were healthy.
And?
Well, they all came back negative for any issues.
I looked at my arms and hands, searching for any needle marks. I don't see any needle marks on me, so what kind of tests were ran?
We mainly ran sleep tests, scans of your brain. Leaves no physical marks, but lets us see if there are any issues.
Will cleared his throat and said what we were all thinking.
We need to stop procrastinating and go.
Agreed.
Smith and I said. We stepped through the door and onto the trail. When we got about 30 feet from the door, we heard a loud clang.
No,
Smith whispered. We all turned around and expected to see the red door. What the hell? I asked. Seeing the door, even close, would have been better, but all that stood where the door should have been was more trees.
Well, that's not good.
What made it worse was with the door open, there was a light source. Now there was only darkness. What way do we go now? As the words left my mouth, I heard a loud crack in the distance. Will looked at Smith.
Did you hear that too?
Smith pulled out his service pistol and said,
Sure did.
He turned on the flashlight and illuminated a group of large rocks a little ways in front of us.
You 2 take cover there. I'm gonna scout ahead.
Are you stupid? That's a terrible idea. We're in the middle of the forest, don't know where we are, have been experiencing completely unexplainable things, just heard a loud crack, and your idea is to just run off by yourself and see what's ahead of us?
I could barely see Smith's face in the faint moonlight, but he looked embarrassed.
Besides, do you know where that sound came from or what made it? I know I sure as hell don't. Jay, do you?
I hadn't seen Will this worked up before, and it took me by surprise. No, I don't. Smith, he makes a good point. I was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching us from the rear. Smith shushed us. As quietly as we could, we rushed to the rocks and attempted to hide. When I got behind the rock, I felt Will grab my shoulder and kneel next to me.
Stay low.
We sat there and listened as the footsteps walked right up to the rocks we were behind. I placed my hands over my mouth and held my breath. After a few seconds, I heard the sound of footsteps walking away. Will and I sighed. "Where's Smith?" I asked, noticing there was only Will with me. Will felt around.
That fucking idiot.
Just then, we saw a light shine from where we were gathered. I listened in horror as the footsteps went from walking to running. Bang! Smith's first shot rang through the air. He missed and hit the tree behind me and Will. Bang! Bang! And 2 more shots missed their mark. The footsteps echoed through the forest. "Why?" I whispered. "Jay will return." The woman's voice echoed in my head. Will looked at me.
Did you hear it that time, or was it like a message implanted?
"Implanted," I said. Bang! Another shot rang out. The footsteps stopped and were followed by a soft crunch and a moan. Will nodded at me and we both peeked over the rocks. I saw the dark shadow of something huge standing where Smith was. It threw something to the ground beside it. I heard a loud growl before it ran off, joined by 3 other figures, each one more imposing than the last.
Let's go,
Will said, grabbing my shoulder. I stood up and we ran towards where Smith was. The sun was rising and the light barely pierced through the dense trees, but enough to see the scene before us. Smith was on the ground next to a tree, his body broken, and the look of pure horror would remain on his face until it was no more. "Why'd you do this?" I asked the body in front of me. Will stood there solemnly.
He was doing what he thought would give us the best chance.
I nodded slowly. "Rest easy, Agent Smith." After a moment of silence, Will nudged my arm.
Let's find some down branches and at least cover him until we can get in contact with the crew to come back for him.
All right. I looked around and gathered a couple of branches. When I reached down to grab the last one, I dropped the rest on the ground. "Hey, Will, look at this." I wiped away some moss to reveal deep carvings of straight lines. It didn't look like runes, numbers, or letters.
What is it?
No idea. But doesn't it look like the same kind of style as the carvings on the tree in the clearing?
Yeah, but we could read those. I have no idea what it says.
I looked closer at it and realized that there was a piece missing. Looks like it broke in half long ways and is missing the rest. Try and see if you can find the rest of it. Will nodded and began to look around where we were. It didn't take long.
Found it.
I put the pieces together and could clearly read the inscription now. It's the rules Smith wrote.
How is that possible?
No idea. I think we need to... I was cut off by a piercing high pitch ringing in my ears. Then everything went black. When I woke up, I was sitting in a chair. Will was right next to me and looked concerned.
Hey, Jay, you good?
I rubbed my eyes and took in my surroundings. Yeah, I'm all right. Where are we?
The hospital. At least, I think the hospital.
Just then, a man in a suit walked up to us. "Will, Jay, come with me, please." I was about to ask the man who he was and where we were, but Will elbowed my arm and shook his head. We stood up and followed him down the hall. We passed several rooms that looked enough like a hospital room, but something just felt off about them. There was all the normal equipment, but none of the rooms were numbered. We stopped at the end of a hallway in front of a room. "This is your stop." The man motioned us into the room. "I'll be back in a little bit to escort you two outside." When I stepped inside, I saw Ryan laying on the bed. The man walked away. Once I couldn't hear the faint footsteps coming from the hallway, I looked around the room. Will stood frozen just inside, his eyes fixed on Ryan.
Hey, guys.
He wrote something down in a notebook he had on the table next to him. How are you doing? Ryan motioned to look down at the notebook. Will and I stepped closer to him and read the writing.
Don't talk about anything. Not a hospital. Not real people.
I sat down.
Did the doctor say how long you've been in here?
Ryan shook his head.
No, they just keep telling me how I'm lucky to be alive. Don't know how I'm the lucky one.
He continued to write in the notebook.
Well, I'm glad you're all right.
Ryan motioned down at the notebook again.
I've been here for 2 weeks. Don't know where we are, but I've figured out there's no cameras, but there are microphones.
Where's the bathroom?
Outside to the left.
I got up and walked out the door. I looked down the hall to the left and saw the bathroom. Almost immediately after, I took 3 steps out the door and heard from right behind me, "Can I help you?" "Just going to the bathroom." "Can I help you?" the man asked again. I turned to look at him and saw a different man in a suit standing behind me, a blank, uncanny expression on his face. "Why, you want to hold it for me?" I joked. "Can I help you?" "No, sorry," I said before moving back towards the room. "Can I help you?" he said. I backed into the room, not taking my eyes off of him. There was just something that didn't match up. When he asked if he could help me, there was no inflection to his voice reflecting someone asking a question. It was monotone, and his face was expressionless. Before I closed the door to the room, I looked him up and down one last time. The suit he wore seemed more like skin than clothes. It almost looked like something bigger was wearing what used to be a man as a skin suit. His eyes were empty, and his mouth was unnaturally small, yet seemed to be stretched over the bones underneath. "No, thank you," I said. What was weirder was that its mouth barely moved when it spoke. As I moved close to the door, Will looked at the figure in front of me.
Jay, get in here.
I pushed the door as hard as I could. I briefly saw the figure stick his arm out in an attempt to stop me. I heard the door click shut and reached for the lock. "Fuck," I said. There wasn't a lock where I reached. "Will, do you see a lock anywhere on the door?" I asked. I was pushing with everything I had against the door to keep it closed. Will hurried to my side and reached above me. I heard something slide, followed by a metallic click.
You should be good now.
"Thanks," I sighed. I looked up and saw a metal bar that was secured across the door, preventing it from being opened. I've never seen that in a hospital. Will handed me Ryan's notebook.
Look at this.
I looked down, expecting to see a message from Ryan, but saw pages of notes he had been taking. I turned to an empty page and wrote, "Help me find the microphones and turn them off." Will and Ryan read it and nodded. The 3 of us tore the room apart but found 3 microphones, one under the bed, another in the light fixture, and the last one was behind a chair that was mounted to the wall. I looked at Ryan and wrote on the page, "Is there anything we can say that will test if we got all of them?" Ryan nodded and said,
So, can I leave now?
We waited in silence. After about 10 minutes of nothing, Ryan spoke.
I think we're good now. If they were still listening, they would have come by now.
Holy shit, guys, where the fuck are we? Last thing I remember, we were in the forest, and now here.
Yeah, and I don't remember seeing a road or even a trail big enough for a car to pick us up.
We're still in the woods. I remember being in the ambulance after you guys found me. About 5 minutes after we left, the ambulance stopped. The light inside flickered, and when I looked at the EMTs, they weren't what I thought. Their uniforms fit them like that thing in the hallway. It seemed more like skin. That's when I knew something was wrong. I got to the hospital and a doctor met us at the door. All he could say was Ryan on repeat. I looked around and all I could see was trees. The parking lot was just a grass clearing.
What the fuck, man?
They brought me in here and left. After the first couple hours, a suit walked in and introduced himself as Agent Smith. He said that he was with DHS and that I'd be okay. After he left the doctors,
Will cut Ryan off.
Wait, what was his name?
He looked at me with anger and confusion in his eyes.
he said his name was Agent Smith. Why?
Did he look real or like the others?
He looked real. His suit was actually a suit, not like the other ones.
What happened after he left?
The doctors came in and connected me to these machines.
Ryan pointed to the IV tube sticking out of his arm. When I looked closer at the IV, I noticed it wasn't a needle. It was just taped to his skin.
I played along with their game for the first 2 days. After they started leaving me unsupervised for hours on end, I tried to escape.
How far did you get?
I got to the front doors. Once I got outside, I noticed there wasn't any sign of civilization visible. It was like this building was just dropped deep in the heart of the forest. I felt like staying here and playing along would be the safer option. But I explored the building before I came back to the room.
So, did you find anything interesting? I asked. I looked at Will, who was obviously deep in his own thoughts.
There's a basement. I went to look down there, but when I opened the door, I heard talking, so I left. I also found the roof access. I was able to get onto the roof without being stopped. When I looked around, it confirmed my thoughts from the front door.
When was the last time you saw Agent Smith?
About 2 days ago?
How long did you say you've been here?
About 2 weeks. Why, what's up?
We were just with Smith and watched something huge break him in half. How is that possible? We just woke up a few days ago.
Let me ask you this. How long was I gone?
About 3 years.
I could hear the pain in Will's voice when he said it.
For me, it's only been a few months. Time seems to work differently here. I have no idea why or how, but it does.
When I looked closer at Ryan, I noticed something. He didn't look like how we found him. In fact, he looked healthy. Another thing I realized was that he didn't question who I was or why I was here. Maybe it was because I was with Will and he trusted him. But based on everything that has happened to us, I know if I were in his shoes, I'd be questioning everything and everyone. I picked up Ryan's notebook again. Hey Ryan, when did you start writing things down here?
About a day or two after I got in this room. Why?
I flipped to the first page and began skimming the pages. Just trying to get a grasp on this time issue. I'm seeing if there is anything you wrote down that might help. Most of the early pages were just observations. I got to a page titled Day 5 and felt a chill go up my spine. You're the only one that's written in here, right?
Yeah, why?
I showed Will the page, his face turning red.
Why would you write Jay will return over and over and over again?
I did not write that.
Ryan said, panic flooding his voice. I grabbed the book and kept looking through the pages. Day 10 was on the top of the last page I looked at. Day 10, I said. I looked at Ryan and could see the mention of this day shot a look of worry across his face. I read out loud. Agent Smith brought visitors today. I paused when I saw the next line. When I began reading again, my anger and confusion were clearly evident in my voice. Will and Jay were brought into the room. They don't know where they are. They didn't stay long because Smith needed to leave and had to take them with them. I looked at Will. I don't remember this, do you? Will shook his head.
Ryan, how many times have we come in here?
Ryan sighed.
This is the 4th time.
Was day 10 the first time we met? I asked. Ryan looked at us in shock.
Yeah, why?
How did you know his name?
Ryan looked around like he was searching for an answer. Ryan stammered. Just then, I heard footsteps approaching. Ryan took off the hospital gown he was wearing and revealed the uniform he wore. It was the same uniform that me and Will wore, only it was completely intact. Where did we find you? I asked.
In the forest. It was after I went missing with Will.
Will checked the door.
Lock is still there, so we have some time.
He turned back towards Ryan.
Then how did you know about the ambulance?
His voice seethed with rage. I saw sweat begin to bead on Ryan's forehead.
Because you guys flagged them down.
Was it just an ambulance? Ryan went from looking nervous to confused.
Yeah, it was just an ambulance. Do you guys not remember?
I looked at Will. He was just as confused as I was. Ryan snatched from confusion to realization.
That wasn't you guys, was it? Looking back, it was almost like you guys knew the ambulance would be there. I tried telling you we shouldn't walk on the trail, but both of you insisted it was safe.
So there's land spirits, forest giants, shapeshifters, feds, and ghosts. That's what we've encountered so far. Now we have to worry about mimics?
Is there any way out of here that isn't through the door?
No.
We all looked at each other and nodded. Well, guess there's only one way out.
Wait. Where did you guys find me?
There was a loud knock on the door. Can I help you? We heard the monotone voice of the other creature on the other side. No time. We need to go before any more show up.
He's right.
Will unlocked the door and counted down from 3 with his fingers.
Let me go first. I'll guide us out.
The door opened and the creature was standing there. Can I help you? Its arms reaching for us. Its fingers were unnaturally long and came to a sharp point. Ryan kicked the thing in the stomach. It staggered backwards, far enough for us to get around it.
This way!
Ryan yelled. We followed him down several hallways and a couple of staircases.
This should be the lobby.
We walked through the door at the bottom of the last staircase. Anyone else think it's weird that we haven't encountered anything else?
Don't jinx it.
We walked through the small hallway and into a large open room. I could see the shadows of rows of chairs. Looks like a lobby to me.
There. That's the way out.
Ryan said, pointing to a wall of windows across the room from us.
The door should be right in the middle of those windows.
We ran across the room, dodging chairs and tables. When we reached the windows, I saw the double doors.
Finally.
Looking around outside through the window, something didn't feel right. Wait. Something's off. Getting here has been too easy.
He's right. There's another door down this hallway. Looks like a fire exit.
I looked closer and saw the wire leading from a sensor on the door frame up to the fire alarm on the wall above it. Any chance that's still functioning? I asked.
Don't really feel like finding out. Who knows what that alarm will attract?
We made our way back to the front door.
I'll go first and see if there's anything out there.
Will slowly opened one of the doors and nodded at Ryan.
If there's anything off, run back here and we can find another way. Flag us down if it's safe.
Ryan nodded and ran out of the building and made it to the tree line. We couldn't see him after that. Do we trust him? I asked. Will sighed.
We have to. Who knows what the fuck is actually going on? We just need to get back.
We waited in silence for a few minutes. I tapped Will on the shoulder and motioned to him that I was going back to check the stairs. He nodded and I slowly made my way back. I cracked the door to the stairs and listened. I could hear the sound scratching. Can I help you? It echoed from above. I shut the door again and hurried back to Will. Right as I got back to the door, Ryan was waving at us and gave a thumbs up.
Let's go.
As he opened the door, I turned to see the door of the staircase slamming open. "Run!" I yelled. We bolted out the door and met up with Ryan. We watched as the creature got to the door and stopped.
Why isn't it coming out?
It can't leave. Let's go.
We ran deeper into the forest. We stopped for a break when we couldn't see the building anymore. "Fucking hell," I gasped.
Okay. Where did you guys find me?
Will and I looked at Ryan. "We were doing a perimeter check and you were just laying on the road, but you didn't look like you do now."
What does that mean?
You looked like someone sucked the life out of you. Your uniform was in tatters and you were swollen and covered in cuts. Looks like you hadn't eaten in months too.
Wow.
Look, right after that, Dee showed up and called for an ambulance. That's all we know.
Dee still works there?
Will and I looked at the ground.
He did.
What do you mean did?
Will told Ryan what happened to Dee and how we got here. There was a solemn silence for a while. "We need to get moving," I said. Ryan nodded and we started walking. After an hour or so, the sun began to set and our already limited visibility was quickly going away. "We should make camp here. We can carry on when the sun comes back up. Plus, we could use the rest."
No. We need to keep moving. There hasn't been anything chasing us, but my running theory is that they use the cover of darkness.
He's right. We need to keep going.
Fine. We slowed down and carefully walked to make as little noise as possible. After about 10 minutes, we came to a clearing. "Shit," I whispered.
Yeah, I know. Let's go around it. Don't want to risk anything.
Why don't we watch it for a minute? Maybe it's the same clearing from before.
"I hope not."
If that's what it is, that wouldn't be the worst thing. We know how to get back if it is.
"I guess you're right." We crept to the edge of the clearing and looked around. It looked identical to the first one. There was a sapling in the middle of it, but something felt off. Familiar, but somehow different.
Wait here. I'm gonna go take a look at the tree.
Before Will or I could react, Ryan was gone.
Fucking dumbass.
We watched Ryan walk to the tree. He circled it for a moment before running back.
There's no writing on it.
Then it's not...
Will began to say. He was cut off by the sound of drumming.
Fuck. This is why I didn't want to go in there.
The drumming grew louder and louder until it was deafening. We watched the clearing, but nothing happened. The drumming abruptly stopped.
What was that about?
Before either of us could answer him, we felt the footsteps from behind us. "Run! Those are the same footsteps that got Smith." The three of us stood up and started running. We ran straight to our right. I looked back to see how far we were from the clearing when I heard Will yell, "Stop!" When I looked back ahead, I saw we had stopped right on the edge of the same clearing.
How the fuck is it here? I know we didn't turn and should be a ways away from it now.
"Is it a different one?"
No, it's the same one. It literally just appeared.
I felt a sharp pain in my head, followed by the all-too-familiar voice. "Jay will return." I dropped to my knees and looked to see Will did the same. The heavy footsteps from earlier shook the ground behind us. I tried to get up, but something was holding me down. "I'm stuck," I yelled. I looked at Will and also saw him struggling to get up.
Same here.
The footsteps passed us by, and I watched as this massive shadow moved past us into the clearing. My head moved to look at Ryan, and my movements were not in my control. "Why?" I shouted. Will screamed in pain. We were forced to look at Ryan, only it wasn't the Ryan we arrived there with.
How?
Ryan began to morph into the broken and tattered man we found lying on the road.
Help me!
He cried. Jay will return. The voice spoke again. We watched in horror and agonizing pain as Ryan was lifted off the ground by an unseen force and floated to the center of the clearing. When he reached the tree, I saw the glint of something in his hand. There was a shadow standing next to him. "Ryan!" I yelled. The shadow reached its arm towards Ryan and he dropped the item in his hand. It landed at the base of the tree. Something deep inside me knew what it was, but I didn't want to believe it. Will cut me off.
Yeah, it is.
There was a loud crack, and the shadow, the massive figure, and Ryan vanished. I felt my body go limp and fell forward. Hunched over on my hands and knees, I looked at Will. Let's get the fuck out of here. Will didn't say anything in response. We stood up and ran in the direction of the jail. It felt like we were running for hours.
I see the lights ahead.
Will exclaimed. I could hear the relief and excitement in his voice. I heard voices in the distance. Will, stop. You hear that?
Ryan!
Will's voice echoed through the trees. Only Will was next to me, and it wasn't him. Will put his fingers to his lips. Shh. We sat in silence as we heard our voices. When we saw Will, Dee and I walked past us. We got up and made our way towards the parking lot. Just before we got to the edge of the tree line, Will stopped.
That's weird. Don't remember that ever being there.
I looked ahead and saw what he was talking about. There were two trees that had fallen against each other. Their branches intertwined, making a perfect archway. Huh. That is weird.
Well, both ways around it are completely blocked off.
I could see the parking lot through the opening of the arch. Guess we have to go through it. Looking at the ground leading to it, I noticed that it was previously overgrown with foliage, but it had cleared, forming a path right in the center of the arch.
It's a natural arch, Jay.
Will said. His voice had a slight shakiness to it. Yeah, I know, but there's no other way around it. Just then, a loud, blood-curdling scream echoed through the trees.
Fuck it.
We stepped onto the path that had formed, and I felt the ground begin to buzz. That's not good, I mumbled, feeling my whole body begin to vibrate. I began to move forward, the vibrating getting stronger with each step.
I can't.
Will looked to me and tried to move, but he couldn't. By the fifth step, I realized none of us were in control of our movements. What the fuck? I asked. A ball of light formed in the center of the opening and grew to fill the archway.
It's a fucking portal.
Once the light finished growing, I could see daylight from the other side. Jay will return. The woman's voice was seemingly coming from all around us. Will was one step in front of me when he was right in front of the arch. I heard the deafeningly loud drumming return.
I'll see you on the other side,
Will said as he stepped through the light. I was right in front of it when I felt a massive hand on my back pushing me into the portal. I felt a sharp pain all over as I fell through the light. When I opened my eyes, I was in the backseat of Will's car. What happened?
When you came through, you hit your head on a rock and got knocked out. No cuts or injuries, so I loaded you up in my car.
Will said. I looked out the window and saw it was night again.
We're almost at your house.
I saw the sign from my street. Thank you. Then everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was back in Carrie's office. She was sitting in her chair, just staring at me.
Holy shit.
She said. I rubbed my eyes. What?
That was a lot.
Try living it, then reliving it. How long was that one?
7 hours.
Why didn't you stop me at 4?
You wouldn't let me. When I tried to pull you out, you told me to keep going.
Oh.
So, what happened to Ryan? Have you or Will seen him since?
When I got back to work, Will and I were pulled off to the side and told that he passed away on the way to the hospital.
Oh. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Looking back, I wasn't hopeful after he was taken in the clearing. As Carrie reached to turn off the camera, the lights went out.
Fuck.
In the middle of the room, a white orb of light appeared. Jay remembers. The orb flickered as it spoke. Yeah, I remember. What do you want from me? The orb hummed for a moment before blinking out of existence. The lights came back on.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know, but I'm gonna find out. I need to know what they want with me. I stood up, grabbed my phone, and texted Mary to come pick me up. About 6 months after my last appointment with Carrie, I picked up an overtime shift, working swing shift on one of my off days. When I got into the briefing room, I sat at the open seat next to Smith in the back of the room.
Hey, kid. You hear the news?
No, what news? I asked with a grin.
I'm retiring.
He said. His face wore a wide, excited smile.
Just 3 months left.
Oh, I said. The grin vanished from my face, replaced by a surprised frown. Congrats, man. That's great. Before either of us could say anything else, Sergeant Wells walked in the room. He was a tall, lengthy native.
Good afternoon, everybody.
His voice held the same unemotional tone as his facial expressions.
Day shift had one fight. Both inmates are in segregation. No special watches in holding. And we are going to get some yard done.
He gave everyone their assignments.
Jay, you're going to assist Will with running yard. He'll be here in a couple of hours.
Looking around the room, he said.
That is all. If there are no other questions, let's get to it.
Everyone stood up and walked out. I was the last one out of the room when I heard Sergeant Wells.
Jay, can you bust out the interior and exterior perimeter checks?
I felt my whole body tense up when he asked. Yes, sir, I said, a slight tone of reluctance in my voice.
Thank you.
He said before walking the opposite way into his office.
You'll be alright, Jay.
Smith said, holding the door open for me.
It's daytime.
I stopped walking and looked at Smith. He gave me a knowing and reassuring nod. Did he know? I know I haven't talked to anyone about the incident, save for Will, Mary, and Carrie. How? I began to ask. Smith grabbed my shoulders and looked me in the eyes. He told me it's okay again. There was a calmness about the look in his eyes.
You'll be okay.
As he spoke, the anxiety vanished from my mind and I started to believe the words he said.
Come on. Let's get this day started.
I shook off the feeling of dread and walked with Smith. Yeah, you're right. Smith just chuckled to himself.
Of course I am. Look, I get Will trained you, but that was a long time ago. It's time for you to pick it up.
Hey, I half-jokingly yelled. You know, I'm glad you're retiring. A sly smirk forming on my face.
Oh yeah? Why is that?
Because once you're gone, we can stop taking turns watching you.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
He asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Well, we all have to take turns watching you. We have to make sure you don't forget where you are. I laughed. When I saw the look of anger and confusion on Smith's face, I laughed harder. Hey, at least we stopped carrying spare diapers to give.
It's one fucking time, Jay.
Smith yelled. The mix of laughter, anger, and embarrassment both had us keeled over, struggling to breathe. After a couple of seconds, Smith shot up, a look of horror painted on his face.
Uh-oh.
Concern quickly replaced the laughter in my voice. What? I asked.
I'll see you in a bit,
Smith said before running past the bathroom and into the briefing room. Sergeant Wells came out of the briefing room door as Smith ran in. A rare smile plastered across Sergeant Wells's face. He yelled at me, saying that he thought it was my turn to bring the diapers for Smith. Wells turned and walked back to his office. I looked down and saw a small puddle where Smith stood. Ah, Smith, I whispered. After cleaning up his mess, I made my way outside to begin the first check. Smith's voice echoed in my head. You'll be okay. Control, starting exterior perimeter check, I radioed. Copy 1520, the voice answered back. I began walking the perimeter and all was well. It was a nice sunny day. The sounds of birds chirping and squirrels running in the trees brought an unfamiliar sense of peace to the otherwise ominous forest. Until then, I had only ever seen the evil that called the forest home. After a while, I let my guard down, taking in the sight of nature reclaiming the forest in the daylight. Once I reached the halfway point on the backside, near where Val and I thought we saw something, the atmosphere changed. I looked up and saw a small, dark cloud blocking the sun. The more I looked, the more unsettled I became. Looking around, I noticed there weren't any other clouds in the sky. "What the fuck?" I said. "Jay." A whisper echoed from the trees. Immediately, I snapped my head to the forest. I could barely see into the thick foliage. After a few moments of not seeing anything, I continued my check. The cloud covering the sun began to dissipate, slowly giving more light around me. I looked ahead and could see the parking lot. I heard a branch snap and turned around. "Get it together," I whispered to myself. When I looked back around, I saw a shadow on the ground in the field that separated me from the parking lot. Even though it was maybe 50 feet in front of me and in broad daylight, I couldn't see anyone there, just a shadow. "Jay." The whisper from the trees echoed again, this time a little louder than before. My eyes were fixed on the shadow. It had started moving. It seemed to be rising up out of the ground. I snapped out of my daze. "Rule 3, just walk away," I said to myself. Not wanting to find out what happens when you don't follow that rule, I turned around. I started walking the way I came. Just before I crossed back over the halfway point, I heard a deep male voice coming from somewhere in the forest. "Jay will feed." I didn't even pause to look. I just started running. When I got back to the staff entrance, I radioed back to control. "Perimeter check complete." I walked inside and went straight to Sergeant Wells's office.
Everything okay?
Still catching my breath, I sat in the chair across from his desk. I nodded and we sat in silence for a moment. Sergeant Wells looked at me with concern. "Okay, I'm good. Sorry, sir,"
It's okay.
he said. He leaned forward and looked at me for a moment.
What did you see?
I looked at him, feigning confusion. "What do you mean?"
Jay, my family has lived here since before this country even existed. I know the look of someone who's seen something unnatural.
I dropped the act and asked him, "Do you know what actually happened to me and Will that night?" Sergeant Wells leaned back and sighed.
Yes.
"What is the story you got?" I asked him. He reached down and grabbed a packet from a drawer.
Instead of telling you, why don't you read it?
He handed me the stack of papers.
Tell me what's missing. I know it's not the full story.
I read through the pages. They detailed all the events of the night of the incident, but it stopped at us returning from the clearing. No mention of Corporal D in the reports at all. "Rule 3, I said, looking back to Sergeant Wells.
What's that?
"I ran into an instance that falls under Rule 3. That's what happened before I came in here." Sergeant Wells watched me for a moment before asking,
Anything else? I know someone who's been through as much as you have isn't running from a shadow.
Yeah. I heard a voice I haven't heard before."
What do you mean haven't heard before?
"Well, I've heard the voice of the woman in the trees, even seen her at this point. But this was different. It was this deep male voice. With the woman's voice, I could always pinpoint the direction it came from. With this one, though... Sir, it almost seemed like the forest itself was speaking to me."
What did it say?
"Jay will feed," I said, looking down at my hands. When I looked back at Sergeant Wells, I expected to see his face as it always was, expressionless. Only when I looked at the man across from me, I saw a look of shock across his face.
No. Are you sure?
He asked. By the tone in his voice, I could tell he was more pleading for me to change my answer rather than asking me a real question. His response shook me. I had never seen him show any emotions aside from the rare smile or joke. Seeing him like this, I knew something was coming. "I am," I said. Sergeant Wells picked up the phone and called someone.
Hey, it's me. It's time.
I couldn't hear the response given, but based off Sergeant Wells' body language, I could tell this wasn't a pleasant call.
Yes, I'm sure. I'll make the arrangements.
He hung up the phone and looked back at me.
Jay, what do you know of the old gods?
Not much. I was raised Christian, but I don't really subscribe to any one religion now.
There's someone I want to introduce you to. They may be able to give you the answers you're looking for. I'll let you know when. In the meantime, read this.
He handed me a small book. I grabbed it and looked at the cover. The various gods of the forest and what to do if one calls on you. Thanks, I said. I got up and walked to the door.
Hey, Jay, don't let your guard down. That's when you're vulnerable.
Understood, I said before walking through the door. I took a moment to collect myself before continuing on with the interior check.
Bitch.
Will's unmistakable voice said from behind me. Bitch, I replied. This had become our unofficial greeting some time ago. Neither of us know why or who started it. Thought you weren't coming in for a couple more hours.
Yeah, but I had nothing else going on, and they said I could show up early if I wanted. What's left to do?
Just had to do the interior check, then we can start running yard.
You already did the exterior check?
I looked down at the ground. Yeah, I just got back about 15 minutes ago, I said, my voice softly trailing off. He raised one eyebrow in curiosity.
How was it?
It was fine. I coughed in an attempt at feigning confidence and hiding my nervousness. Will being Will saw right through it.
What did you see?
He asked, a playful, annoyed tone in his voice. I looked up at him, those piercing green eyes giving me a knowing look. Followed Rule 3 and backtracked. His face changed from annoyed curiosity to concern.
Was it in the field?
I shot Will a confused look. How?
That's where I saw it for the first time, too. Everyone's first sight of it seems to be from that field.
Wonder why, I said.
I haven't gotten an answer, but I also don't really want to know. Anything else?
Not really.
Don't bullshit me, Jay. We've been friends too long for you to lie about that. At least make up something good.
He laughed and slapped me on the back.
Seriously, though, what else happened?
I adjusted my vest and sighed. It was another voice. A male's voice this time. Something just felt... I paused, trying to find the right word. Malevolent.
I've only ever heard the woman's voice.
We walked through the door and into the yard.
Nice day out,
Will said, looking at the sky. It said Jay will feed. Same cadence as the woman, too.
You don't think it could be related to the other incidents, do you?
I can't think of what else it could be. What's weird about it is that when I try and remember what he said, I swear I can hear the woman's threats from my first shift. Will and I completed the interior check.
Let's put a pin in it for now.
He notified Control that the interior check was complete and recreation was beginning.
Let's start with the H-Pod.
Will said, opening the entry door. Will and I walked in and stood at the door, holding it open for the inmates to exit. Single file, guys, I yelled. I counted as they walked past me. As the last inmate walked by, I looked at Will. That it? He gave a thumbs up. Okay, I counted 22-0, I said. I turned and watched the inmates while I held the door waiting for Will.
You set a timer?
Yeah, I said, showing Will my watch. After a while, I looked down at my watch and saw that there were 10 minutes left. I told Will and he cupped his hands around his mouth.
All right, guys, 10-minute warning.
I scanned the yard and saw an inmate standing by the fence in the portion of the yard that bordered where I had once heard the voice earlier. I began walking towards him, and as I got closer, I noticed he wasn't just looking at the scenery. "Hey, back away from the fence," I yelled. He didn't react. I couldn't tell who he was with his back towards me. A few inmates in the area looked at me, then at the one I was yelling at. One of them, who I recognized as inmate Zulu, tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey bro, CO's trying to talk to you." I saw the inmate shake his head, like he was snapping out of being zoned out. "Uh-huh? Oh, sorry," he said, turning around. I saw his face and recognized him as inmate Smith. "What's up, CO? You good? I was just telling you to back away from the fence." "Yeah, I'm good. Just kind of zoned out, you know." He started walking back away from the fence. The look on his face was one of fear. "Something catch your eye?" He shifted on his feet for a moment. "No, I just zoned out." "Okay," I said, dropping the topic. I looked down at my watch and gave Will a nod. "Time's up, everyone in." Once all the inmates were accounted for and secured in their units, Will and I made our way to G-Pod, another general population unit similar to H-Pod, for the next yard rotation. While we walked off, I couldn't keep my eyes from wandering to where inmate Smith was staring. "Something feels off," I said.
Try not to think about it until we are done with this. Not saying you're wrong. I feel it too. Just don't want to think about it.
When we got to G-Pod, we repeated the process. As the last inmate walked past, I called out 1919. As Will followed me out, I reset the timer. We stood there watching the yard in silence. After a minute, a nervous-looking inmate I didn't recognize walked up to us. "Excuse me, CO J?" he said. His voice was shaky. "Can I go back in? I don't feel safe out here." I eyed him curiously. "If one goes back, you all go back. Officer Will warned you guys of this before we came out here." He definitely did not look like the type to scare easily, let alone be threatened. I know, but I keep getting this feeling that I'm being watched."
Just have a seat over there.
Will said, pointing to a wall a few feet from us.
We'll be right here. You don't have much longer left."
He nodded and sat down where Will pointed. About 5 minutes later, the nervous inmate got up and started walking around. Not thinking about it, Will and I continued to stand there and watch. My watch started beeping. "Time's up, let's go," I yelled. I held the door open and counted as the inmates walked back in. 1818, I yelled to Will. After the words left my mouth, my face dropped. "We're one down." Will ran past me through the door.
"Shit!"
he yelled. I followed and we got into the yard. "What the fuck?" I said, looking up. Not 3 minutes earlier, it was sunny out, not a cloud in sight. Dark, dense clouds filled the sky and the low rumble of thunder in the distance. We split up and searched the yard. It didn't take long to find the missing inmate.
"Jay! I found him."
I ran over to Will, who was already placing a tourniquet on the inmate's right arm. There were large open slices going up and down each one. Without hesitation, I put a tourniquet on his other arm. "What the fuck happened?" I asked. Immediately, I realized it was the same spot inmate Smith had zoned out. Will felt the inmate's neck for a pulse.
"Nothing."
I began to run for an AED and notified a control that EMS was needed. When I got back, Will was already beginning compressions.
"One more cycle, and it's your turn."
I got the AED prepped and swapped with Will. "Cut his shirt," I said. Will grabbed his shears and cut open the inmate's shirt, and we both jumped back when his chest was exposed. "How the hell is that possible?" I yelled. There on his chest, the words, "I tried, he died," were carved deeply into his skin.
Oh, that's fucked.
I jumped back into compressions while Will attached the AED pads. We ran the cycle, each taking 3 turns. The AED didn't detect any rhythm, and when EMS got on the scene, it didn't take them long to call it. Sergeant Wells got our statements before clearing us to go clean up. Standing there with EMS and Will seemed like an eternity. About 20 minutes later, Will and I were cleaning up the locker room. His back. You said there was a lot of blood on his back, right? I asked Will.
Yeah?
Will said, wiping blood off of his arms. I grabbed a towel and wiped my own arms off. If he was laying face down with his arms underneath him, how would he have blood coming through the back of his shirt when he got there?
You mean you think there's another message on the back?
Exactly. We walked out the locker room door and into a smaller room that held 4 desks with computers. When I started, it was referred to as the report room, a place for officers to come and write reports when there weren't any other computers available. I took a seat at one of the empty desks and began my report. After about an hour, I was done. Well, are you done yet?
Just about. Before I submit it, could you read it over?
Yeah, only if you read mine. He nodded and stood up, switching desks with me. After a few minutes, we were done.
Yours looks fine.
Yours too, I said, with a sly smirk growing on my face. You killed it, man. Great report. Will laughed.
Thanks. I was just dying to read yours. It didn't disappoint.
We laughed for a few minutes. As dark as it was a nice reprieve from what we just went through. Just then, Sergeant Wells called us to his office. When we walked through the door, he was standing in front of his desk.
Gentlemen, how are you holding up?
Will and I looked at each other and back at Sergeant Wells.
All things considered, good. It was a bloodbath, but we're all cleaned up and reports written.
What's up, sir? I asked. Sergeant Wells walked around his desk and sat down before motioning for us to do the same.
So, do either of you know just how it happened?
To be completely honest, sir, no. I have no clue.
And you?
1 second, he was sitting there next to us. The next, he got up and started walking. Nothing out of the ordinary, though.
Sergeant Wells sat for a moment before turning his monitor towards us. He pressed play. On the screen, the footage replayed. The inmate was sitting next to me and Will before getting up and walking. He stopped right in the spot inmate Smith zoned out, and I noticed him displaying the same behavior. From where Will and I stood, he was in a blind spot, and when he got up to walk away, he disappeared into another group of inmates. Once everyone was inside, he just fell down.
Sir, how did he get the cuts?
Keep watching.
We watched in horror as he writhed on the ground. After a moment, he went limp. 30 or so seconds later, something rolled him onto his stomach. His arms moved underneath him. Holy shit.
Here's where it gets weird,
Sergeant Wells said, fast-forwarding to Will and I arriving. As soon as I got back with the AED and took over, this dark shadow appeared, standing right on top of the inmate. Sergeant Wells rewound the footage and played it back slower. I felt a knot form in my throat as I realized the shadow didn't just appear, it stood up. Is that?
Yeah, it is,
Sergeant Wells said. His voice was solemn. We sat in silence. The footage paused on the image of the inmate's ghost. I never even knew his name, I said, with the seriousness settling in. I've talked with therapists, friends, families, and, hell, even some clergy over the years. You can tell yourself it's part of the job, make jokes, drink, or cope with other things. The fact of the matter is, no matter what you see doing this job, some things follow you home. I say that because working here, the only thing that follows you home are the thoughts, memories, the woman, and the battle scars. I hear stories of ghosts following paranormal investigators around or attaching to people at random. But here, there hasn't been any story of that happening. Something won't let them leave.
Sir, Jay has reason to believe there's another message, like the one on his chest, but on his back.
Sergeant Wells looked at us with intrigue.
Is that so?
Yes. The footage cements my theory, sir. See, Will said when he got to the inmate, there was blood coming through the back of his shirt. But that couldn't have been from his arms because his arms were underneath him. Even in the footage, there was no point when he even reached for his back.
Go on.
On his chest, there was a message. I tried. He died. Something about that just seems incomplete. I feel like there's more to it. Sergeant Wells looked back at the screen and pulled up some photos.
We took the pictures when the coroner showed up.
The first picture was of his wrists.
They aren't clean cuts. Don't know what caused it, but we should have the autopsy results in a week or so.
The second picture was of his chest and stomach.
Here's the message you guys saw.
Sergeant Wells looked at me.
You were right in your assumption.
He pulled up the last picture.
Jay, Will, feed.
He paused, looking at me and Will.
Anything you need to tell me?
Nope.
That's the message I heard from the woods.
That's what worries me. Hopefully he heard it too, and this is some kind of sick joke.
Hopefully.
Yes, hopefully, because the alternative is much, much worse. If this is an unnatural force as we suspect, this won't be the only body you'll see.
Outside his office door, we could hear Graveyard coming into the briefing room.
Sounds like it's almost time to go home.
I hope you're right, Sergeant. We all stood up and Sergeant Wells walked us to the door.
Let me know if you guys need anything, and thank you for the help today.
As we walked into the hallway, I felt this overwhelming sense of dread. Val rounded the corner and froze when she looked at us. "What's wrong?" I asked. Will and I walked up to Val. Her eyes never moved. They stayed fixed on where we were. She yelled, pointing behind us. I followed her shaking hand and saw this black mist forming right behind where me and Will were standing. Before I could react, the realization hit me. There was a shadow in front of us, and Val had acknowledged it. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. I turned my head to look back away before the shadow had fully manifested. I saw Val's eyes were still fixed on whatever was behind me. Her eyes were wide, and tears were beginning to form. Her mouth hung open in shocked silence. "Will?" I pleaded, hoping he would have some solution. When I turned my gaze from Val to Will, he was standing there frozen, a look of anger on his face. He looked up in shock as the lights on the ceiling went off with a loud pop, one by one. Val looked at me, then at Will. The look of horror and fear replaced with a look of sadness and contempt. The last thing I heard was Val saying, "It'll be okay," as the darkness enveloped the three of us. I felt a freezing cold breeze on my skin, shortly followed by the sound of a pained scream. I closed my eyes and winced at the thought of what Val was enduring. It was quick. Almost as soon as the scream started, it stopped and was followed by a hollow thud, much like the sound of a sack of potatoes falling on the ground.
Jay, you okay?
Will's voice cut through the silence. When I opened my eyes, the lights were back on, and Will was standing next to me, looking at the ground beside us. "Yeah, I'm good." I looked down and saw Val. She was laying on the ground. Her body was broken, but she was still breathing. "Shit!" I yelled. Sergeant Wells rushed to us and dragged Will and I into the briefing room while the medical staff tended to Val.
What happened?
Will and I looked at each other and then back at the sergeant. Almost at the same time, we said, "Rule 3. Sergeant Wells pinched the bridge of his nose.
Fuck. Make sure you guys write a report on what happened and go home. I'll review the footage and see what it was.
You don't need to.
What do you mean?
Will looked at Sergeant Wells. The anger returned to his face.
It was the spirit of the inmate from earlier.
"How do you know for certain?"
Well, 2 reasons. First, Val is still breathing, which means it's young and not as powerful as the others. Second, I caught a glimpse of it when I was turning around. It was the same face that stared back at me earlier. Only difference with this was that there was absolutely no life in his face at all.
All right, and we have come to the end of what I have pre-recorded. So yeah, I got about 45 minutes or so done since the last time or last week. Man, now now that I played WoW in the background, I don't want to go back. I just want to keep playing WoW. All right, let's see. Now I got to decide. Let me. There's a few of us in the comments. Let me know, or in the live. Let me know if y'all want me to just keep going and pick back up on Tribal Jail Officer Story, or we can go ahead and go back to the Saturday story that we were recording earlier. Let me know which one y'all would prefer. Because we got, we'll go till 10, so we got about an hour left. You're damn right, Dex. I had an hour of Tribal Story recorded off screen, and I wanted to catch everybody up on that, so I played that in the background for the past like hour. Well, half an hour I spent feeding my baby girl, and then the other half I spent playing WoW on stream while it was going in the background. But yeah, I've been playing, so retail kind of sucks. I don't like retail anymore. It's just retail WoW just isn't fun anymore. And I was just at like 3,500 IO on my Resto Druid. Have you also logged into MySpace recently? Lately? Yeah, you'd think. Not only that, Dex, I'm playing Classic WoW, which, makes it even worse. But retail WoW just kind of sucks lately, man. And the game is too convoluted, I don't like the way the classes work that much anymore. And don't get me wrong, like Classic WoW also sucks in its own way. But, just don't feed your baby WoW. It's not edible. You want to destroy a kid's life, buy him WoW. Or make it better in all kinds of different ways. My dad was always a nerd, like an athletic nerd, so he was athletic. He's a big guy too, but he was a manly guy, but he loved video games, loved technology, loved computers and all that stuff. And just one day he came home and his boss had told him about a game called World of Warcraft, and my dad bought it on a whim. This was back when Burning Crusade was almost like brand new. And my dad came home with World of Warcraft, the Burning Crusade, when I was like 14 years old. And I remember the first night. It comes with like, 6 fucking discs to download back then. And I remember the first night my dad was this was before Discord and shit. So my dad was on the house phone and speaking to his boss on the house phone while his boss was showing him the ropes and telling him how to play. And my dad made an Orc Warlock, and you start in the Valley of Trials in Durotar. And that was a really fun night. That was definitely a core memory right there. All right, now let me find a safe spot just to log out, and then we will get back to recording. Yeah, and sorry, I know the quality is just so shitty. It looks like 240p. I know the stream quality sucks. Well, but almost nobody actually watches the stream because I know a lot of people are listening to this in the background, except for when they type in a chat. But my internet, y'all already know, my internet is so bad. I have it on like 1500 bit rate for streaming quality right now. All right, let's hop back into Tribal Jail. Vox actually had some lines at the end of that, but I guess she missed them when she sent them over to me because I couldn't. I had to do some little narration trickery there. Okay, that was 72-hour sleep ban. All right, here. Oh, here you go. Keeper, I have your lines up right there because I'm gonna work on that. I was thinking about working on that story tonight, but then I had so many, the tribal officer and stuff, and I was like, I gotta get that done, and then we'll go ahead. I'm gonna work on that probably tomorrow, actually. Yeah, Hunter is fun. I picked Hunter because I wanted to play Classic, but I wanted something that I can just do mindlessly in the background. And sometimes I have I have WoW on one screen, and then I have, what is it? I've got WoW on one screen, and then I've got stories on the other screen, and I'm looking for stories actively while playing WoW. And with Hunter, you can just right click on something and just auto shoot to death.
In his face at all was that there was absolutely no life in his face at all.
Something about what Will said made me feel ill. I'll be right back, I said, running towards the locker room. Once I got inside, I splashed water on my face for a moment and felt the color return. When I walked back into the briefing room, I heard Will and Sergeant Wells talking. Thank you, Naomi. Thank you for $1.99. Thank you. And you know what? Y'all's money is better than American money, so I get a nice little good conversion rate on that. It kills me sometimes because I'll send a PayPal to an author that's in Ireland or England or something, and I want to send him $100, and I'll type in $100 American, and it's only 77 in pounds, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So then I send 140 in American because I want them to get $100 in their money. So the conversion for the U.S. dollar to pounds is garbage. I always have to send so much more money. All right, whose lines are we looking at? Wells.
You need to talk to him.
I wouldn't even be able to log back into my MySpace if I wanted to. My first ex locked me out of it and left them for cheating with a chick he met on MySpace. Yikes. Yeah, pounds are OP. Want to buy Nerf. It would be nice if I could send 70 American and it would turn into 100 pounds that way.
You need to talk to him.
Let's see, got that. Let's go back. All right, now wait, I gotta get... There we go.
I know, but I don't need him getting...
Will cut himself off when I walked in the room. So much of this story reminds me of when I was a corrections officer at the jail where I live. Jeez, talk about an awesome and horrible experience at the same time. I remember I would get into... I had some amazing conversations with a lot of the inmates there. There was one Christian. His name's Joseph. And this guy was so cool. He was in jail for robbing ATMs. So he would basically something you'd see out of a fucking Netflix movie. He would strap ATMs in the back of his truck, and somehow get them onto his truck or whatever. And he ended up stealing a good amount of money. And he was not a Christian. And then in the middle of him being on the run, he's like, I just heard God speak to me clear as day one day, actually talk to him. And he just immediately turned into a Christian 100%. And I think he was from Florida. And I live in Virginia. So God told him to just walk north, basically. And this dude walked from Florida or like Louisiana or whatever to Virginia. And he wasn't like on the run, but he wasn't, turning himself in either. He was just walking on whatever journey God laid out for him. And if the cops were to come for him, he was going to completely go in. And then one day he saw that he was getting like scoped out. And he's like, should I keep walking? Should I stay? And God said, God told him, yeah, they're about to catch you. This is in the plan, something like that. This is like 10 years ago, so I'm misquoting. I'm fucking this whole thing up, but you're getting the gist. And he's like, okay, God. And it was the police, and they found him, and they took him to jail, in the Virginia jail. And he would tell me these amazing stories. He's like, man, I had no money, no clothes, nothing. I was just walking with a backpack and his Bible. And he told me that he's like one day I would need clean clothes, and he's like I prayed for clothes one day, and I kid you not, there's an SUV drive. He was driving down the interstate, and he says a suitcase popped out of the back of this SUV with perfect clothes for him. Now it kind of sucks because someone's clothes popped out, but he's like, and then I got clean clothes. And then he told me, and I'm sure half y'all don't believe this, but I believe this guy with the sincerity when I was talking to him. Then he told me, he's like, and then I would also walk through the woods a lot, get off the interstate, because it's illegal actually to walk on the side of the interstate depending on where you live. And he's like, I'm walking through the woods, and he said, one day I prayed, and I said, God, I just want to sleep in a recliner tonight. I just want to sleep in a recliner. If you can make that happen, that'd be awesome. And he's like, as I'm walking through the woods, and this reminded me of Stairs in the Woods. He goes, I come to a perfectly, I say, I just have I've come across just a house foundation in the woods. It's completely burnt down, but you can tell it was a house. And he's like, I kid you not, Kevin, there was a perfectly preserved recliner in this house. And he's like, and I got to sleep in a recliner that night. And he had so many incredible stories for me. And he was so genuine, such a nice guy. And then I think he ended up, when he got out, well, actually, I had left working there when he was still there. He's out of jail now. I tried talking to him on Facebook, but I sent him a couple messages, but he didn't respond like too much to me. But I hope he's still on a good path, because I would love to hang out with him one day.
Jay, you feeling better?
Tell who what? I asked. See, there's so many I asked. Let me redo that. Tell who what? Will hung his head inside.
You doing anything tonight?
Okay. Wait, what? Oh, fuck. I skipped a line. No? What do we need to talk about?
Let's wrap.
Random question. Is anybody watching House of the Dragon right now? I'm actually rereading Game of Thrones, and I just finished rereading Book 1 last night. About to start on Book 2 again.
And we'll get a drink.
Okay, I said, still confused and slightly suspicious of what Will needed to talk to me about. As we finished our reports on what happened to Val and got ready to leave, Sergeant Wells' voice filled the room. Oh, we're gonna get a yell from Dusklight.
Fuck! Why?
It's so good. Let me put my headphones on and listen to that.
Fuck! Why?
Dusklight is so good at yelling in the mic. That's why I need a new interface. That's why, these super chats and everything, and the Patreon is helping me save up for a new interface and a new microphone, because if I can get an interface, right now I have an interface and it's big and clunky and it's on the ground, it's on the floor. If I get this new smaller interface, I can control the gain knob like right where my hands are, and then I want that other microphone too, which will be nice.
Fuck! Why?
Because Dustlight told me he's got a microphone that you can just push a button and it reduces the decibels by 20. And it's like, if I do it, I've got to like mess with the recording level and all that stuff. And the interface I have, Dubach, it's a really old ass Yamaha something with Phantom or whatever. With Phantom Power, and I don't know what it is exactly. My cousin gave it to me, and my cousin is a singer, and he had an extra one, and it's something that you can plug like 6 things into, and it's it's like drums, guitar, vocals, headphones. So it's kind of like it's almost too much, and it's an old Yamaha. It could be like 15, 20 years old. And then I have a Rode NT1A, which I really like, but there's something about it. It's kind of like it makes my voice sound almost a little too light in some sense, and the sibilance on it, sibilance. I don't speak with a lot of sibilance, but sometimes it comes out pretty harsh on this microphone. And the de-esser works a little bit, but I don't like how sibilant it is, and I still do like the microphone, but also I thought this one was good for, bassy baritones, and I think it's better for more upper baritone, almost upper baritone tenor range, it feels like.
Fuck! Why?
I looked up from the computer as I logged off. Whoa, what's wrong, Sergeant? Hiccups. Wrong. Whoa. Sergeant Wells was standing in the doorway, and he was out of breath.
The woman! She's... Fuck!
I know I also need to get this studio built so I can yell better and have slightly better acoustics in here and get rid of some of that. I hate seeing I don't see it now, but sometimes I'll see the waveform from like the AC unit or something, or if someone, heaven forbid, someone's cutting their fucking grass at 6 o'clock in the afternoon and I gotta stop recording.
Fuck!
He bent forward, placing his hands on his knees, and took a deep breath and nodded. Also, I still don't know if it's safe to build a 700-pound
Okay, I think I'm good now.
studio on the second floor. It should be. Everyone has told me it is, but just still paranoid.
Think I'm good now.
He stood back up and looked at me and Will.
I was watching the footage from the yard and I noticed something.
What do you use? Keeper? Microphone-wise. And Dex, if you're still in here, what mic do you use? I want the mic that Dusklight has and We Try Horror has, especially for that button where you press the 20 dB reduction. But I also want a shotgun mic. So, I gotta decide. Yeah, I've had quite a few people tell me it's okay.
Notice something.
I thought we already watched all of it.
SMB7. Is that I know I've heard that. Let me look it up real quick. Yeah, I thought that was a Shure mic. Yeah, nice. Cloud Lifter. I don't know what that is. But SMBC, you know, I wish microphone companies would just fucking just make a fucking name for the mic and not just have it be a combination of letters and numbers like it's some fucking asteroid in outer space. Like you could, you know, it's so confusing. So there's so many different microphone names like that.
We already watched all of it.
I backed the footage up to when the guy dropped, this time from a different camera.
Sergeant Wells sat down and put a thumb drive into the computer. Right? Tell me about it. It's so true, man. It's like they're naming the 3000th exoplanet out there that they just found.
Watch.
He zoomed in on the inmate, and just on the other side of the fence she was there. Holy shit.
Keep watching.
As the footage played on, the woman stood there staring at the inmate. Her mouth was moving and she held up a hand towards him. Right when he fell to the ground, she looked up at the camera, winked and vanished. No, I said that my intonation was kind of funny there. Hand towards him. Right when he fell to the ground, she looked up at the camera, winked and vanished.
Message.
Well, we knew that.
Also, I may have some roles going out pretty soon. So you know, I say soon. That could mean like 2 weeks, but Dubak, Keeper, Dexter, hopefully Dusklight again, maybe even Vidith. I'm gonna do the Freak Show sequel. The guy who wrote Half Price Voodoo Shop. I'm gonna do the sequel to that pretty soon. I've got the thing. I just need to highlight all the parts, which, gosh, it takes forever when you go through a 4-hour story highlighting parts.
Well, we knew that.
And then I gotta figure out who I want to play what. This is different, though. Ryan broke a rule, and the consequence was him vanishing. Him being a message was more of a convenience. This was deliberate. They went out of their way to send this message to us.
What do you mean Ryan was the message?
Doesn't sell MP3 players anymore. For the World of Here I was judging you for the World of Warcraft
was
thing.
The message.
Good grief, Keeper. 33 characters. That's nuts. Here I am. I thought this was a lot, and it's like 9.
Ryan was the message.
Will, I know I said that I'd stop asking, but what do you remember from the incident? I felt my heart rise. Heart rate. I felt my heart rate rise. I expected the... No, did I put...
Everything.
Okay, I did. I expected the usual answer of, nothing now, please stop asking, but this caught me off guard. What do you mean? A hint of surprise anger in my voice. Will looked up, a look of frustration washed it. It's kind of repetitive, but a hint of surprise anger in my voice. Will looked up with a look of frustration over his face.
I remember it all, Jay. I remember it all, Jay.
He sat down and let out a nervous chuckle. The frustration left his face and was replaced with a look of relief. I watched as his body physically reacted to him unloading the metaphorical burden. After a moment, he looked back at me. Ooh, and I got my bowling league tomorrow.
Jay, I'm so sorry. I know I told you I didn't remember.
I get to take, Mondays I take off now. And I take off Mondays and I do YouTube live stream. Monday, I do Monday's like a long recording day where I try to get a lot done. And then I do the live stream. And then Tuesdays, I take the afternoon or the mornings off, whatever. And then I go bowling with my bowling league.
I know I told you I didn't remember.
And then I go to work. Why? Why hide it? I asked, still in shock. A look of shame and embarrassment now took hold of Will's face.
I didn't want you to have to relive that night. A lot of shit happened, and I know you don't remember it. Jay,
13 Ghosts is so awesome. I keep hearing that, that there's a Netflix show or some shit with the backstories of all the ghosts, but I've been hearing about that shit for years now. And you want to know what pissed me off? Is the fucking Tommy Taffy movie got delayed again. First, that shit was supposed to be out like 4 months ago. Then they pushed it till August, and now it's fucking pushed to January or some shit. The Third Parent is one of the all-time great creepypastas for me. And I've been waiting for that fucking movie since they announced it like 3 years ago, and it just keeps getting pushed back. I hope it doesn't just fucking like die in like, producer limbo.
Jay,
Didn't. I cut in. Will cocked his head slightly to the side.
What?
Honestly, the movie, the Third Parent's probably gonna suck, because how do you even put something like that on the big screen? But it's got Rob Lowe, and I can never remember his name, but the guy from Charlie's Angels that loves to sniff hair. He's playing Tommy Taffy, which is like perfect. I mean, it's amazing casting, but it's probably going to be so different from the source material that it won't even resemble the story, but we'll see. Nikki, shalom, my brother. What up to you, man? Just been chilling, reading Tribal Story Part 2. This will be done in the next day or two, guys. It might not be out for a while. Crispin Glover, thank you. I told everybody earlier in the stream, but there's a bunch of new people out or watching. I'll be done part 2 in the next day or two, but because of how the YouTube algorithm works, I'm sorry, we're all slaves to it. I can't put out part 2 until part 1 views start sliding off, because if part 1's still chugging along pretty good, and if I put part 2 out, it could kill it. So I'm just going to have to wait, even if it's done. This will be on Patreon the moment it's done, so you can check it out for there. It's only, my lowest Patreon tier is $1, so I'm completely fine if people want to sign up for $1, watch everything, download everything, and then just cancel. That's fine with me. I don't like putting stuff behind a paywall anyways. So that's completely good. And if you sign up for $1, you get a whole month, and then you can cancel it, 30 minutes later, and you should be able to keep that 1 month. Yeah, I just remembered in Charlie's Angels, he was the creepy man or something, and he was Wilbur. Yep, he was the hair sniffer guy. He played amazing in the TV show American Gods by Neil Gaiman. I don't know how many of y'all saw that, but I read the book American Gods before the TV show came out. And then the show came out, and the show was okay. Unfortunately, they canceled it in season 3, I think. But his performance as Mr. World is just fucking awesome. I mean, I really wish Crispin Glover did more movies, because his acting is phenomenal. Excuse me. American Gods was the best, man. I love the guy who played Shadow. I love that actor. Oh, and Wednesday. I forget his name, too, that actor's name. That actor is fucking awesome. Wow. Okay, more people saw American Gods than I thought. Look at that. That's my favorite book, but I need to see the show. El Gusto, another book reader in here. Finally, someone that read a book that I've read. Yeah, the book is awesome. I read it maybe like, I don't know, 10 years ago. I remember because was one of the guys, the caretaker from John Wick. Yep, that's who it was. He's one of the main characters. Mr. Wednesday. Can I ask, what are the differences in the tiers in Patreon? There's no difference. It all just depends on what people are comfortable with supporting me at what level. I think there's like a $1, $3, $5, and maybe a $15 tier. I'm not sure. They all get the same benefits. They're just dependent. It's just whatever people are comfortable with. And I wanted a $1 tier for, people who can't do much, but I hate putting stuff behind a paywall. But also Patreon is super important because right now the Patreon's at like $200 a month for me, and that helps me take off basically at least 2 shifts a month extra, to where I can sit down and just record. And it is nice to have that, $200 a month income in there. Ian McShane. Okay, yeah. He's the actor they got from Mr. World. I knew Ian McShane was Mr. Wednesday. Excuse me. Yeah, Mr. Wednesday is awesome. That actor is so good. He's even in an episode of Game of Thrones. American Gods. I just had like 3 sips of Diet Coke. My bad, guys. American Gods is super cool. I love I've even just spent like multiple hours many times just Googling like books like American Gods or books like the Malazan Book of the Fallen. I love anything that deals with magic or like gods in that sense. I love those kind of books. That's why Malazan is a 10-part book series. It's kind of this, it's another thing where gods meddle in the affairs of mortals. And, I like it when they show that gods aren't all powerful, or I love the idea that a god's power is directly correlated to how much worship he gets. And then I like the idea that a god himself is shaped to the way in which he is worshipped. I love when gods are born into existence through worship, and then a god's characteristics are shaped through the worshipers. I love that idea. I actually have not read the Anansi Boys. I should get into that. There's another kind of god book I want. If anyone's into high fantasy, read the Malazan Book of the Fallen. 10 books, and then there's like 15 other books. And OMG, Kevin, did you watch The Magicians? It had magician and lots of gods and stuff. I read all the magician books, my friend. I've read all the books, and I've watched the series like twice. Honestly, if people have suggested Malazan to me before, it is an amazing, incredibly well thought out series. Yeah, if you list a book, I probably read it. I read a lot, and that's on top of reading, 15 hours a week for my job on YouTube. Yeah, the Magicians books were super, super cool. The way they do magic and that's fascinating as well. And the TV show was good. Even when they ran out of material or they diverted, it was still pretty good. I think they spent a little bit too much time on fillery in a lot of episodes, but I loved it. The Magicians, amazing show. Could you narrate the books, or would it be too much? It would just be illegal, Cisco. It'd be cool. I would do it. But it's copyright, I'd have to narrate them and put them on like a private website, that people can't find out about, pretty much. Anansi Boys was great, and they have a short story sequel to American Gods called Monarch of the Glen in the anthology Fragile Things. Cool. That's what's up. Yep, if it's a real published work, yeah, you can't read it. Not because you can't read something that's behind a paywall and give it to people for free or charge people for that thing, you know?
What?
I didn't remember. That's how I know Ryan was the message. I pulled out my phone. I went through a lot of shit, but I remember what happened. I flipped through my gallery and played the video Mary took of my meditation session. I do plan on reading some Cthulhu work
Holy shit.
because it's been so long that copyright has fallen off of a lot of the Cthulhu stuff. So I do actually want, or, you know, if you want to be pompous, I think the proper pronunciation is actually Cthulhu, but no one says that, you know, colloquially. So just how I think it's really pronounced Neanderthal, but everyone says Neanderthal, you know. It's one of those things.
Holy shit.
Will said after the video had finished. That was just one of the things, but it wasn't the thing that brought my memories back. Oh, another cool thing, I don't know if y'all know this, but I found out I'm rereading like all the Goosebump books right now, because I'm working on like
What else did you try?
a Goosebumps kind of style series right now, to hopefully publish. I would like to actually publish that. I'm working on my own little thing, so I'm reading Goosebumps to get a feel for how to write for 7 to 12-year-olds. And Goosebumps has a YouTube channel, Goosebumps-Scholastic, where they live stream Goosebumps like 24/7. So I've actually been watching a lot of those on monitor 2 while playing WoW on monitor 1.
What else did you try?
At first, I would say Chthulu. You know what fucking grinds my fucking gears? Is when people say dilapidated. There's not 2 fucking T's. It's dilapidated. And people say dilapidated. And I'm like, oh my gosh. That's random. That just drives me insane.
What else did you try?
Another thing that drives me nuts is when people say, I could care less. The expression is, I couldn't care less. Because you're saying you could. If you say, I couldn't care less, it's because you don't give a fuck about what that person's saying. And if you say, I could care less, that means that you could care less. So it's the opposite of what you're trying to say. Yeah. That's another thing that bugs me. Memories back.
What else did you try?
I did a few different things, but the only thing that actually worked... memories back.
What else did you try?
I did a few different things, but the one thing that actually worked was hypnotherapy. After I told them the story of my hypnotherapy sessions, Sergeant Wells told us to go home for the day. Will and I stood up and walked with Sergeant Wells down the hallway.
Wait a minute.
Will said, stopping at a picture on the wall. What's up?
Doesn't that building look familiar?
Mature. Schedule. Aluminium. Will asked, pointing at a picture. I looked closely at the picture and realized it was the hospital we visited Ryan in. Yeah, it does.
It shouldn't. That was the old medical plaza.
What do you mean? Here, give me a sec. I gotta adjust my microphone. My throat's feeling just a little funny. Gotta change positions here. Let me sit up for a little bit. What do you mean?
20 years ago, they built a new hospital down the road. It replaced the medical plaza. When I was in high school, me and some friends went looking for that old building. We were going through an urban exploration phase. Only problem is, when we got to where we thought it was, there was nothing there but a clearing in the forest. 20 years...
I have not read Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Maybe you guys went to the wrong spot?
That sounds familiar for some reason, though.
Oh, that's what we thought. But when I asked my dad about it, he confirmed we went to the right spot. My mum used to work there, and all our doctor's offices were there, so we knew where we were going. Oh, that's what we...
Did you ever go back?
The next day, actually. My mom thought we were so full of shit she drove me there. We turned onto the road, and once we got close, the road ended. It was like the forest reclaimed the land. She insisted on getting out and walking. We got to the clearing, and the only sign of the building was the concrete corner for the base of the sign.
But yeah, here I am, rereading the Game of Thrones books, and the old motherfucker is not going to finish the fucking story, ever, at this point. I feel like a dummy. I'm rereading the books, and Winds of Winter probably won't come out. Who knows? I've been saying a couple years for the past 10 years, so fuck.
Corner for the base of the sign.
The Patrick Rothfuss, series, Name of the Wind, amazing. I've read that. And that motherfucker's been waiting to write the Doors of Stone or whatever the fuck for just as long. Fuck.
Of the sign.
I looked at the picture next to it. Hey, Will, doesn't this one look like that DHS building? Will looked at the picture.
Holy shit, yeah, it does. Yeah.
There was this faint, familiar voice seemingly coming from right next to us. Can I help you? I don't know if that's a woman's voice. Fuck, why can't people specify? See, it's like you don't know what kind of voice it is, so then you read it masculine, and then 4 pages later they're like, oh, it's a woman's voice, but you already had 7 lines in it. It does make me, I'm like, I mean, he's fucking old. He's old and he's fat. No offense. Who knows when he's gonna die. So it's like, if you don't finish it now, At this rate, he comes out with Winds of Winter next year, and then it's 15 fucking years for the last book. So it's like, come on. Name of the Wind is so good. Next to us. Can I help you? When we looked around and saw nobody there, it repeated, can I help you? Trailing off like a memory. Will and I looked at each other. Was that?
Yeah, it was. Hey, Sergeant, do you know anything about that?
Sergeant Wells shook his head. Keeper, good to have you in here, man. Thank you for stopping by, brother. I appreciate it. Have a good night, man.
No. I don't know where that even is.
Sergeant Wells shook his head. Sergeant Wells, please report to your office for an incoming call. A voice over the radio. Will and I stood there, staring at the picture in silence while Sergeant Wells disappeared into his office. Ah, fuck. Tried to crack my neck, but it didn't go, and then it just hurt.
Will, Jay, get in here.
I need more of a pause there. It's too fast. Osiris, you're not kidding, man. There's almost an age where you get to a certain age when you're older, and then you don't age for like 15 years, and then when you get really old, you start aging all at once. He has literally looked the same since fucking Game of Thrones first came out 15 years ago.
Get in here.
All right, let me adjust the mic again. Here we go. We walked into his office, and he was sitting at his desk, his eyes fixed on the screen. What's going on, sir?
What the fuck is that?
See you, Amanda. Thank you so much for stopping by tonight. It's always good to have you here. You have a good night now. He asked, pointing at the screen. I circled around him and froze when I saw it. It was Ryan. There's no way. He was on the outside of the perimeter fence, just staring at the camera. Will leaned in and looked at the screen for a moment before... Will leaned in and looked at the screen for a moment before saying,
That's not Ryan. Look closer.
Sergeant Wells and I leaned forward. He has the goofiest, nerdiest, goofiest, cutest voice too, George R.R. Martin. It's so nerdy, but it's like, it doesn't sound like an old guy. Like, it's strange. I like his voice a lot with how, goofy it sounds. Leaned forward.
Looks like Ryan to me.
He's right. That may look like Ryan, but really look at it. Sergeant Wells squinted and rewound the footage. He froze it on a clearer image of Ryan's face. His eyes widened and he immediately turned off the computer.
Time to leave. Follow me. Not here.
Shit. There we go. There we are. Sergeant Wells said as quick... Sergeant Wells said, quickly standing up. We walked behind him, trying to keep with his pace. Fuck that up. Sergeant Wells said, quickly standing up. We walked behind him, trying to keep up with his pace. Sergeant, what's happening?
Not here.
He said, slight panic in his voice. We followed him out and into the parking lot. He said, opening the door to his car.
Get in.
Will and I got in. Start, stop, start, stop, start,
Sir,
stop, start,
where
stop.
are we going?
Sergeant Wells didn't answer. He drove us off the reservation and into the neighboring city. After pulling us into an abandoned parking lot, Sergeant Wells got out.
Do you know what a skin wearer is? Do you know what a skin wearer is?
Why did we drive all the way out here? I asked, stepping out of the car.
Do you know what it is?
A skinwalker? A skinwalker?
Worse. So much worse. I had to take us off the reservation. If one is near and you speak about them, it acts as some kind of call and attracts more. The only way to make sure you aren't near one is to go as far away from the forest as possible. As far away from the forest as possible.
So, what is it?
Nobody knows what's underneath the skin they wear. Skinwalkers might mimic voices or take the shape of an animal or something familiar to lure their victim in.
Skin wearer? I hardly
Skin
know her.
wearers, however, wear the skin of their last victim and psychologically torture their target relentlessly. Once the target is broken and gives up, nobody knows what's underneath the skin. Skinwalkers might mimic. Whatever is inside multiplies and takes over. The skin is the only thing remotely human about it.
Ryan isn't the first we've seen. That voice in the hallway was the same one we encountered in that DHS building.
All right, to give you all a look at how much we have left, we have 19 pages left. And there's a lot of dialogue, so the paragraphs aren't as long, but 19 pages is about 30 to 40 minutes. So this story will be, part 2 will be about an hour 45 or so, hour 50, something like that. Let's see. I think that is it for tonight. I'm definitely going to get back on WoW. I think my wife just put baby girl to bed. But we got some good work done. Let's see, we got... we got 10 minutes work on the tribal story during the live stream, but then we got... where is it? Where'd the other one go? We got 12 and a half minutes into the other story. This is the story that will come out tomorrow, the 72-hour sleep ban. If I release one tomorrow, I should. If I don't release the sleep ban tomorrow, it will definitely come out on Wednesday, but I do plan on making it come out Wednesday at the latest, the sleep ban one. Oh, I attacked it first. All right, let's see. What's everybody's plans for the rest of the week? A cat. Oh, man, I am not a cat fan. I don't mind cats, just, I don't know, they smell so bad. If they're like not... Well, okay, cats don't smell, but they make the owner's house smell so bad. Especially if they don't keep up properly with the litter boxes. Ugh. Can't wait for part 2 to be out. Good night, Kevin, and everyone else. Hope you have a great week. You too, Naomi. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here tonight. Is the sleep ban story like the don't drink the milk story? I have no idea. I haven't read it. I haven't pre-read it, so what I read on the stream is what I've read with y'all is what I've read with myself. It seems, actually, I can't even tell you because I don't know what the hell the don't drink milk story is. So here I am trying to answer your question, and I haven't even read the milk story. Let's see. Just keeping the rage from getting murderous is the goal. LOL. Woosah, Goose Faba, my friend, Goose Faba. Gonna do laundry and exercise, and maybe get slumber to function. Get enough. I need fucking slumber, damn, and maybe get enough slumber to function. Litter boxes smell if you feed them soft cat food. Oh, is that what it is? I just know that my sister and brother have cats, and I'm already allergic to cats to begin with. But my brother and sister have cats, and it smells so bad when I go over there. I will say, though, as much as I don't like cats, when there's a nice cat, I love, petting a good cat, because cats have the softest fur. And it feels way better than, petting a dog, even, and I'm a dog guy. The only thing is finding a cat that, is nice. Yeah, if they eat dry cat food, it's not much odor, well, besides urine, but wet cat food or milk makes a stinky poo-poo. There's one YouTuber that I need to message him because, gosh, his voice is so fucking good. I had him on the channel a few times a long time ago, Sleepless Readings, Tom. Man, he has a fucking incredible voice. I need to message him and see what he's up to. He stopped, one thing that's really sad is I started YouTube 5 or 6 years ago. And it's really sad when I see people who started their YouTube channel right when I did. But they gave up too early, and they gave up at 500 or 2,000 subscribers. And I kept going. We're all growing at the same rate, but some people just gave up too early because YouTube is a grind. You can do YouTube for years and not even hit 1,000, and you can be good, really good, and just so much about YouTube is luck. A lot of YouTube is hard work and skill and dedication, but a ton of YouTube is about luck. And I've had luck. I've been blessed with some videos that did pretty well. Half of that is luck, and the other half is working hard and picking the right stories. But there are some YouTubers that started when I did that just kind of gave up after a couple of years of grinding, and it's really sad because a lot of those YouTubers that gave up have awesome voices or are really good voice actors, and they just stopped. And Tom is one of those people. Sleepless Readings. His voice is so good. I need to see what he's up to. I finally paid money for dogs that don't shed, have no odor, and are bred right into basically being trained out of the gate. Same here, man. Too many years of big stinky dogs, even though I loved them. Same, Nikki. I love dogs. We've had big dogs my whole life, and then we had Jack Russells, and I loved them, but fuck, they just shed everywhere. And then my wife and I got a cockapoo, and he has like almost like human hair, so it doesn't shed, and it just kind of just periodically, you know, kind of just comes out, but it doesn't shed. Every dog technically sheds, so even if you get a breed that doesn't shed, they do technically shed, but the way their hair comes out is just different, which is just so much nicer. Creepy Ghost Stories was my first narrator I listened to. I think the first narrator I listened to is, you know, probably like almost everybody's is Mr. Creepypasta, but I kind of stopped listening to him when I, you know, when him and Creeps McPasta went through all their allegations. You know, you don't want to say too much, especially with YouTube and words and stuff, but they went through some allegations. I completely believe that they were fucking creeps. So, you know, especially with, you know, the videos I've seen on them, deconstructing all the lies, especially Creeps McPasta. And it sucks too, because they got good stories and they got good voices. So I don't listen to them anymore. I mainly just listen to Dark Somnium. Listen to Lighthouse forever, but then y'all have heard me say this a million times. His channel became a fucking rules pasta farm. So that killed Lighthouse for me, unfortunately. So now it's basically like all Dark Somnium, you know, but then he goes on 6-month breaks out of nowhere. And then, who else do I listen to? Fuck, I hate to say it, because I think they're kind of bad people, morally. But I love the content. I listen to Creepcast, but, you know, they don't pay a lot of the authors, and they're millionaires, which pisses me off. And they just rip stories off the internet. I don't think they ask for permission for a bunch of them. And they go too hard on making fun of the author sometimes too, which is kind of a bummer. Lighthouse is one of the best voice actors. Lighthouse is amazing. He's never had someone on his channel, which kind of is annoying too, because it kind of like feels like it comes out of this like pompous feel. But yeah, he can do a ton of voices, which is incredible. Creepy Ghost Stories was such a G. When he did Fleshgate, I was part of the big wave. Yeah, Fleshgate is amazing. Arrest his ass. I wonder which one that's to Dexter, or if it's to both of them. I mean, Creeps McPasta, I think definitely did it. And then I watched some videos on both of them, going through all of what Creeps McPasta. And then there was a video like Mr. Creepypasta. Basically, from what I researched, like tricked like a teenage girl into recording like almost a sex fandom story, where he told her that he told her he was gonna have her on the channel for like a fight scene, and he was telling her to like make grunts and like uhs and ahs and stuff like that, because like her character's fighting to be out of breath, and it was like a fucking fan fiction of some like sex thing, and I was like, what the fuck? Sick fuck does this? And the girl's like 14 or some shit. They did, yeah. Mr. Widemouth is an amazing story. I want to write my own kind of like. I thought about writing my own kind of Mr. Widemouth spin-off, because I think that's amazing. Like an imaginary friend that's kind of actually real. It's like this weird entity that tries to get a kid to do horrible things. I know. I listened to Lighthouse, y'all, for years religiously. But then the Rules Pastas became like the internet's favorite, and those got him tons of views. And then he just made only rule stories, and I'm like, I can't fuck. The rule stories were fun for the first like 6 months, and then I kind of got over them. And then I definitely got sick of them when every single fucking story was a rules pasta. I should check out Dr. No Sleep. I know who he is. I've listened to some of his videos. I just never got quite into him. But he's got a good voice. He's got a good voice. Great acting skills. Let's see. That's why Grim Reader doesn't like Lighthouse. And it sucks too, man, because Lighthouse has incredible talent. He does. I wish I could do the voices he does, especially when he does like the gravelly voices. I don't know how to make my voice get gravelly, which is super annoying. I can't do a growl unless it's like really strong and loud. I can't do that like soft gravel on rocks kind of thing. For a while, Lighthouse Horror had a real stories channel, but it was still obviously tongue-in-cheek fake because they had like, they had werewolves that ate bacon. I know, man. You know, one thing that annoyed me for a while is that Lighthouse literally just kind of became a content farm. I'm like, dude, I know how much money these channels are making, and Lighthouse is doing like over 1 million views a month. Just so y'all know, that's like $15,000 to $25,000 a month if you get 1 million views. That's what the CPM, RPM in this niche is. If you're getting 1 million views, you're pulling in at least $20,000 a month. Especially if your videos are on like the longer side. You know, if they're on like 45 minutes average or longer, 1 million views is like 20 grand. And I'm like, dude, is $20,000 a month not fucking enough for you? Not even including the fact that everything's on. Not even including the fact of the money you make from Spotify or Amazon Podcasts or Apple Podcasts. I'm like, damn, really? You need more? I never heard of Mr. Black Pasta. Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. Chilling Tales is... I never got into Chilling Tales just because of the... And he's a cool guy. But I never got into it because of the constantly changing voice actors. Good night, Kenny Williams. I truly enjoyed the stories on this evening. Where can I join another live? And where can I find the stories? Don't hate the player, Kev. Yeah, you're right, man. Everything, you know, YouTube's a game, man. You ain't lying. Ain't that the truth? Where can you join another live? I don't know. Where can I find the stories? The stories will be... Part 1 of the tribal stories are already up on the channel. Part 2 will be out soon. And then the other story will come out in the next couple days. Yeah, but dude, it's so funny. I forgot all about Lighthouse's true scary story channel. I forgot all about that shit, and it was so fake. And I'm like, dude, really? What are you even trying to pass these off for? But you would be surprised how many people believe a lot of this shit. It's crazy. You know, I gotta say, I was very surprised when I heard Chilling Tales on Mr. Grinless on the podcast. I was amazed at all the work Chilling Tales does. I was amazed at all the stuff that Chilling Tales does in terms of his business. But, you know, one thing bugged me a little bit is he gave kind of I don't know if anybody caught it, but on that podcast, he gave conflicting, like, stories, because he's like, oh, YouTube demonetized us. I can't pay anybody anymore. But then he goes on and says that YouTube only made up like 20% of his revenue or something. Then I'm like, all right, if you lost 20% of your revenue, you don't have to fire everybody. What's the deal here? That was a little funny, fishy to me. Osiris revealed Otis got fired for recording AI versions of his voice. Did anybody hear? I don't want to say it actually, in case it's not true. Let's see. He removed the videos from that channel, so he must be keeping it to make it into something later. I don't know what that's in reference to, but Otis Jerry. There is one guy, Cryptid's Roost. I don't know if y'all have heard of Cryptid's Roost, but he was one of those guys that never got a lot of subs, but just kept making stories no matter what. And I really respected that, because he had like 1,000 videos or something and only like 2,000 subscribers. And I always respected that he just kept making stories. And then one day I went to his channel just to listen, and it went, he obviously cloned his voice. And I'm like, no, the Cryptids, I really respected how hard you were working. And just one day I go to the channel and it's AI, and I'm like, oh, come on. He also said he lost his podcast network and Chili made most of the money from there. He did say that, but what I remember is that it directly conflicted with the fact that it was about the YouTube revenue. But yeah, he did lose a lot from losing that contract. Yeah, you are right, 100% right about that. It was Lighthouse. He removed True Tales videos, but still has that channel, but it's empty. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder why. I guess just because it never took off or something. I don't know. But see, the thing is that a lot of people don't realize is people think that they go hand in hand, like creepypastas and true crime. But you'd be very surprised, like, how many people who listen to creepypastas have no interest in true crime. Because they're really not the same thing. Like, they're dark and morbid, like creepypastas can be, but that's like the only connection, really, because people who listen to creepypastas usually want a fictional, supernatural story. They don't want true crime. Just how even on the Creepcast, this really pissed me off. I can't fucking believe Creepcast did this. How they, on the anniversary of the Slenderman stabbing, they wrote, they wrote the fucking Slenderman stabbing as a creepypasta on the anniversary that this horrible fucking thing happened to this little girl. And they made money off of it, turning it into a creepypasta. I couldn't fucking believe that. To be honest, I could not believe they actually made that video. Who thought that was a good idea? And they got ripped pretty hard in the comments too, rightfully so. Mr. Creeps does I gotta give it to him. That motherfucker works all day, because he does have a ton of channels. I'm not the biggest fan of, sometimes I like true crime. I go through phases. I also have a moral conflicting issue, because I think, honestly, no offense to anybody who you listen to, I think true crime channels are fucking scummy and disgusting, because I think it's fucking gross to profit off of like the worst horrible things that can happen to a person. And you got someone on camera talking about this thing that should be personal to the person and their family, and some guys up there making $30,000 a video, talking about how someone got killed gruesomely. I think it's a fucking disgusting thing. But sometimes I do listen to them, so I do have some conflicting things there myself. Mr. Creeps, he did the most ripping off of people. Yeah, I know. I don't know if he still does. I doubt he does, but Mr. Creeps is blacklisted by a lot of people, because he got caught years ago stealing stories off of No Sleep, which you cannot narrate off of No Sleep without express permission. There are websites that you can, but not on No Sleep, and he got caught ripping stories off No Sleep, and ghosting authors, and then people filing strikes against him, and he'd be like, oh, okay, if you're gonna file a strike against me, I'll just delete the video, after it's already made $3,000. Yeah, Mr. Creeps did a lot of that. women folk. You're right. I think true crime, the majority of that is women. Women love true crime, man. It's crazy. It's pretty nuts. I like Let's Read True Crime Story Channel. I've never listened. There's one channel I like a lot, and like I said, I think true crime is fucking scummy and disgusting. But there's one Nick Crowley, I think is the channel. He does kind of true crime, but he also does other stuff like dark, insane YouTube rabbit holes, or like 5 horrible young, TV shows from the 70s you didn't know about. He has a really good channel, but he only puts out like a video like once a month. A new narrator I've come across is Entity Shadows. He's a real voice actor. Cool. The guy, Mr. Davis, was super obvious. He was stealing stories because he was changing titles or only mentioning authors in the video, but not typed, so it goes under the radar, like YouTube eventually banned. Yeah, the people that steal too, like, they know what they're doing. People should honestly, some authors are too generous. They're like, oh, okay, if you just send me a payment, or if you take the story down, I won't DMCA you, but anyone who steals stories should be DMCA'd. I even heard Snook, or something like that. I was reading a thread the other night, and Snook is like a Snook or whatever is a big fucking channel, and people were going off on how he's stolen a ton of content, and if he gets accused, the answer is just take it down, just delete it, because they've already made $3,000 or $4,000 off of it already. So it's like, who cares? Just like I'll go through phases of Mr. Ballin, because a lot of it's when I just run out of stuff to listen to while I work, because I DoorDash 4 or 5 nights a week for 6 hours at a time, so I need like content to listen to. So it's like, if I just have no podcast that I put stuff up, or if I've run out of stuff, maybe I'll switch to Mr. Ballin. But I also think, like I said, I think that shit is so slimy but I'll run out of content to listen to, so then I'll listen to it. There's a podcast called Lights Out. They're a pretty good podcast I go to periodically, and they are very kind and compassionate in the way they talk about the stories too. But also, Mr. Ballin, I got kind of tired of listening to him, because he just turned into a fucking corporation. Like, he turned into a whole business entity after a while. To where I even heard he was like buying up smaller YouTube channels. Nature's Temper is amazing. He has one of the best voices on YouTube, I think. Dark Somnium has one of like the most calming kind of voices, but he's a higher pitched kind of guy, and a little bit more feminine, but not in an obvious way. Nature's Temper's got a nice low timbre to him. I need to see if I can email him and see if he'd want to come on a video at some point. He did amazing narrating the I think My Roommate is Slender Man series. So many voices in that one. He did them all too. I think the one that I've done solo with the most voices is My Daughter Wrote a Letter to Satan, or what's the other one? When I Was a Kid, I Joined a Freak Show. That's got a lot of voices in it too. But Nature's Temper is another guy where I'm like, man, it's crazy how he doesn't have more subs. And he's like in 200,000 or something, but he's like another channel that with his talent, you'd think he'd be in like the 500,000 range. Oh shit, I'm about to get fucked up. There we go. Oh, Vidith did that one too? I didn't know that. I know Nature's Temper did. Nature's Temper is how I found one of my favorite creepypastas too. I found a portal to another world, and it's like where they go where Neanderthals never died out. That's a super cool story. I ended up doing that one on my channel too. Although the author has a book with an expanded version. I need to ask him if he's okay with me reading that, because that would be cool. Nature's Temper had periods, I think, where he stopped and that interfered with his momentum, but he is chill. Yeah, I can see that being a problem. Also, too, he doesn't use... Well, I haven't checked his channel out in a long time, but when when all of us were using Midjourney, he never used Midjourney. So I'm not knocking him. Nature's Temper's thumbnails suck. So I think that's another reason why his channel never really exploded. Because I'm telling you guys, the most important thing, period, for your YouTube channel is your thumbnail. And yeah, I'm looking at his channel now. Honestly, all of his thumbnails suck. No offense to him. He's got a couple decent ones, but none of these scream click on me, you know? But I think he's one of the top 5 definitely narrators in the space. Oh yeah, the tunnel to the Neanderthal dimension where they smoke cigarettes and are basically living around the time of the Cold War. Yep, exactly. That is a really cool I really, really like that story. The author was super cool when I contacted them about it. I'd like to take a crack at the book, if you even can, because I know sometimes you have there's non-compete clauses where if you upload a book to Amazon, then if you ever want an audiobook, it can only be Audible and it can't be anywhere else. So we'll see. Yes, thumbnails are the keys to the masses. Funny, because you need to sell to the lowest common denominator to some degree. Yes, it's 100% true. My channel, as much as people want to sit and hate on AI, my channel immediately blew up when I started using Midjourney for thumbnails. I mean, immediately. When I could stop using shitty stock Google photos and putting filters on them or using DeviantArt stuff that I found, the moment I used Midjourney, my channel completely changed in terms of click-through rate. What did Romnex's dad narrate? I know Romnex has an incredible voice, but I don't know about her dad. I never knew anything about that. I did not know Romnex's dad narrated anything. Ah, Big Daddy's... Dude, it pisses me off because I love Big Daddy Stone and he doesn't narrate anymore. And it fucking drives me nuts. He's another guy that I go to his channel. I check his channel every couple months to see if he ever came back. And he didn't. I don't know why he didn't either, because he was getting really good momentum, especially being especially with being a norm on Dark Somnium, his subs were getting the good. He sounds like fucking Thanos, which is awesome. I fucking wish Big Daddy's. I get so mad thinking about where he went for no reason. Does anybody in the chat know what happened to Big Daddy Stone? Did life just get busy? Because I mean, if he never stopped, he could be. He's at 7,000 subs right now. If he never stopped, he could turn this into a living easily. Big Daddy Stone is Romnex's dad? Are you fucking kidding me? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Damn, I've been following Ronnie and Romnex for like 6 years now. I never knew Big Daddy Stone was her dad. That is insane. Damn, he really needs to come back too. One of my favorite performances from him. And I want to do this story. I just gotta find the right voice actor for it. Is when he was in The Tale of Robert Elm, with the guy who goes to like this village or something, and do they try to get him in there because he wants to record, or they ask him to record, and it's this like satanic cult. And he plays like the head honcho there. That story is so cool. That's one that I've been wanting to do for a very long time, but like Ronnie did it so amazingly that sometimes I don't want to narrate anything that he's already done. And if I do, I need to find like the perfect person to do it. Dexter, I'm not entirely sure why he stopped. I've asked Ronnie about it, but I can't remember if there was a solid answer. I think life just got busy and he sort of just dropped it. That's probably the most likely scenario, but I mean, he really could have turned this into a living if he kept doing it. And then Romnex is another one that kind of just stopped posting, which was a big bummer because Romnex is probably the best female voice on YouTube. Little Ball of Giggles is amazing. Her voice is absolutely incredible too. But she actually just put a video out, because she got demonetized when everybody else did a couple months ago, and she put a video. I don't know if she's going to stick to it, but she put out a video saying that she's basically going to quit. One thing that really kills me inside too is, I don't want to give unsolicited advice to a lot of people because, I'm not even a big channel, right? So some people be like, oh, what are you giving me advice for? You're not even a big guy. And I'm like, I know I'm not, but I do know, like, okay, there are channels that will be stuck in like the 800 to like 3,000 subscriber range. And I know they're wondering, like, why aren't I higher? Why isn't the channel growing more? And just how Little Ball of Giggles, amazing voice. Now she has 14K subs, but one reason is because she's been on here for so long, and two is because she was in so many Mr. Creepypasta stories, but she doesn't get a lot of views per video, and her voice is incredible, and her voice acting is incredible, and she should be at way more views per video, and people wonder why their channel's not growing, and it's because, like, listen, you will not grow in this space if you're only putting out like 7 and 15-minute videos. You won't grow in this space if you're putting out only 30-minute videos. People just don't click on those as much. And you can look through my catalog. All my videos are like at 45 minutes or an hour longer, good views. If they're 30 minutes or shorter, bad views. It's just how it is. People don't click on the short stuff. Romnex, I actually know why she stopped. Something along the lines of she was overwhelmed with the whole production of it, and it was easier to just do voices on Ronnie's channel. Yeah, it makes sense. Blight Research got stuck just past 1K, and he stopped for like a year. Dark Knight Tales is a really good narrator and writes a lot of his own stories. Blight Research had like the best production values, but it slowed him down. Yeah, that's one reason why I don't put sound effects in. One reason is Not everybody likes sound effects. A lot of people use these to fall asleep. Like I won't put Ronnie on to fall asleep because I don't unless I've heard the story and I know there's nothing jarring in it. But I won't use Ronnie to fall asleep a lot of the times because I don't want to be in the middle of a story and a doorbell rings and like fuck, and I'm like I wake up out of my sleep, from the doorbell or a police siren. So I don't do it for that, and I don't do it. The main reason is it just takes way too long, and I don't like editing. So there's that. Yeah, but there's a lot of channels that get stuck in that like 1 to 3K range, and they're wondering why they're not growing. And it's just you just need in this niche, this creepypasta niche. You have to put out long stories. You just do. That's what people want to watch. That's what people want to listen to. They want the long videos. They want to put a 2-hour story on while they're working and then not worry about their phone. That's one reason why I'm doing this tribal story, because it's so long that I know people want to click on that. Oh yeah, I got a 6-hour shift. Let me put the 4-hour video on and not have to worry about it, kind of thing. Any stories you didn't vibe with? For me, it was Lily Madwhip. I've never listened to the Lily Madwhip because Mr. Creepypasta posts that shit in part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5. So I'm like, I'm not listening to something that's like 17 parts. Oh, I'll tell you what I don't really vibe with, and everyone's going to strangle me in the comments. It's not a bad story, but I'm not the biggest fan of Pen Pal. I think a lot of the writing in Pen Pal is bad. Just honestly. I think the way the mother is written, I think the mom is a fucking idiot. And I think that's just due to bad writing. And the author is a good writer. Let me say that. The author is a great writer. But there are some things about Pen Pal that I think are just stupid as hell. Overall, it's a great story. I don't put it up the top. I don't put it in the top 5, top 7, or top 8 even. One dude got mad and left a comment on my story where I had a loud truck horn and he let out the Wilhelm scream. I pre-download 100 videos once a week to watch at work every night. I will say Creepcast write about some fan favorites are so stupid, like I Dare My Friend to Ruin My Life. Honestly, I listened to I Dared My Best Friend to Ruin My Life, like when Mr. Creepypasta did it. And I thought that like 5 years ago, and I thought that story was cool as fuck. And I'm 32, so I was 27. I was a grown-ass man then, and I thought it was so good. And then I listened to Creepcast read it, and I was like, holy fuck, they're right. This story is dumb as fuck. And then it ruined it for me. I was like, man, I loved this story. And then they read it, and I was like, wow, this story is actually trash. He was mad that I woke him up. What's another, like I said, I listen to Creepcast because they do long videos, but I do not, I don't like their ethics at all. What's another story that what did someone say? Yeah, the naivety of the main character in Pen Pal is insane. It is. Gotta go save it for tonight. Yeah, Mr. Creepypasta did the thing in the basement is better at mimicking people. I'm glad that I never listened to, I think Dark Somnium did that story, or maybe it was Lighthouse. Maybe it was Lighthouse, or maybe it's the one where, I think Ronnie did it too though, but I'm glad I never listened to it because then I listened to Creepcast on it the other night, and that story is absolutely horrible. Yep, it is actually Dark Somnium that did it. It's got 1.5 million views too. Let's see. Hey, I just got off work and will lose signal, but I'm home, so goodbye for now. Thank you, Zachary. Thanks for checking in. This is actually a long ass night for me, but my wife got the baby girl to sleep, so I was able to just stay on for a little bit longer. And I'm actually, chat's flowing right now, and I can play WoW in the background, which is cool with me. What's another creepypasta that like it sucks. Pen Pal is so good, but some of the plot is just so dumb, and it drives me nuts that it's lauded as like the best creepypasta of all time. Baraska, the first one, or the first 4 parts, one of the best creepypastas, if not the best, of all time. But then part 5 is absolute trash and is like the worst thing I've ever read. No offense, C.K. Walker is amazing. Mother Horse Eyes, I've listened, so just because it's a 10-hour story, I've listened to Creepcast, read it like 3 times, because sometimes I'm outdoor dashing and I can't find anything, and I'm like, alright, I just need a fucking long-ass story so I don't have to keep fucking with my phone while I'm driving. And I just re-listened to Mother Horse Eyes like 3 days ago. Baraska 5 was so damn bad. Cameras in the trees. Friggin', it's fine. You're with your sister, Kyle. Go get it. Yeah. And that's just one thing. I mean, how could C.K. Walker write the main character getting off of his like 10-year-long heroin addiction within like 3 days? I'm like, do you not know anything about drugs? I mean, even people who don't know stuff about drugs know you can't get off of it that fast. Mother Horse Eyes is awesome. I've listened to Wendigoon's 5-hour video about it too. Although I still don't understand what the fuck Mother Horse Eyes is about. I'm not gonna lie. I've listened to it like 3 times. I still don't understand it. I will say too, one thing that I think Creepcast went way too hard on Tommy Taffy, the third parent, and what pissed me off a lot was like, they're talking a shit about the dad. They're like, no, if you're the dad, this is happening to your family, you should just fight Tommy Taffy and die. Be a man and die. And I'm like, it's 1,000 times easier to fight Tommy Taffy and just die than it is to stand there and watch your family go through that. They're like, no matter what, you should fight Tommy Taffy. And it's like the dad actually did the harder thing, which was to stand there and be completely powerless while his family is being terrorized by the worst possible entity you could conceive. The dad actually did the more noble thing, which was standing there and letting it happen, but still being a presence in the house and trying to be as much of a rock as he can for the family. Because for what that dad had to go through of just standing there and taking it, the easy way out would be to go fight Tommy Taffy and get him to kill you. So they really pissed me off. I mean, they were just, honestly, they do a lot of that white knighting shit. Like, no, you should just go kill yourself. You should just go fight Tommy Taffy and die. And I'm like, what's up with the white knighting here? I don't even think y'all actually believe that. And I think The Third Parent is like one of the best creepypastas ever written. Top 5 for sure. It has, some of it's a little gratuitous, and Creepcast was right on some of the scenes for that. But that's just Elias Witherow's style. He's just super over the top. And also, too, I hated the way that they talked about there's something wrong with Dad, with the mist that inhabits the dad, and then the dad comes home and is like abusive. They went way too hard on Elias for that, and that story was actually incredibly written because it perfectly encapsulates. So I wrote that, I narrated that on my channel years ago. You can find it. It looks like a picture of an alien and like a gray background of a guy at a table with his head in his hands. And I got some comments on mine about how hard it was to listen to because like people have their own abusive dads. And Elias did an amazing job actually capturing what it's like to be around an abusive father. And I thought he did an incredible job writing that. And they just fucking like ripped it to pieces too. And I'm like, this was actually a really well-written story with like really good tension and suspense. Oh yeah, El Degusto. Yeah, exactly. That was actually one of the best, and they thought it was garbage. You're absolutely right, man. Just like I said, that story was amazing. And then what pissed me off is I check Elias Witherow's Reddit every now and then to see if he ever comes back. And I bought all his books and everything. And he made a post on Creepcast subreddit, like kind of apologizing for writing that story the way he did, because people, this is what's so annoying, man. People have such fucking groupthink. It's ridiculous. Just because Creepcast shit on it, then everybody else shit on Elias for it that listens to Creepcast. And then Elias made a post about, oh, this was my writing style back in the day. It wasn't as good or something like that. And I was like, Elias, you got nothing to apologize for, man. That was actually a really good story. Yeah, it's a brilliant story. I don't get how bad they interpreted it. They reduced it down to he effed her with a brick. Yeah. Which is ridiculous. And then Elias Witherow's Christmas Land, amazing. I listened to Dark Somnium on that. Dr. Plagues, Frau Perchta, and Versatiles, Versattles, Vera Stalls. I always mispronounce that guy's name. Christmas stories are one of the best Christmas horrors. Yeah, it's BS. One of the downsides is you can't say no to the boys fans. You really can. The Creepcast fans are fucking insufferable. I've left some comments in the subreddit about some things, and you just get fucking downvoted into oblivion by these idiots. I'm like, guys, stop the groupthink for a minute, please. Let's see, what else do we... Oh, finally, I've been looking for this fucking panther for 15 minutes. One of my favorite Verastal's stories is it's the one with what was it? Two brothers find that like mysterious monster outside. Dark Somnium narrated it. Amazing story. I thought that story was so good. If you haven't listened to it yet, it's like me and my brother's childhood friend or childhood pet or something like that. I forget what it's titled. That story is amazing. They didn't like Psychosis because at the end it revealed it was actually an alien invasion. That was a good end, but they hated it. They also hated the moon was on fire for being Lovecraftian. Yeah. Like, you can't hate a story because you guessed the twist wrong. It doesn't work that way. They do such a disservice to authors, honestly. They really do. And I can't stand when... And Hunter is such a good voice actor, and when he starts doing, like, cartoon voices, it drives me nuts. Let's see. Crowdsourced Smooth Brain. Yeah. Oh, Kept It in the Basement. You're right. That story was amazing. I love that story. And you know, what's the story that they just did? Creepcast just did that they released like last week or the week before. Oh, My Property Isn't Normal. So you can tell sometimes how a story is gonna go, like if they're gonna like it, because then like they were in a bad mood right at the beginning, and then they went into it thinking that it's gonna be bad, and then And don't get me wrong, it's got its problems. My Property Isn't Normal has its problems. It's not an amazing work of literature, but it's okay. The thing is that they took it seriously. You're not supposed to take that story seriously. It's like Tales from the Gas Station. The shit ain't serious. Roll with it. And if you do roll with it and suspend your disbelief, My Property Isn't Normal is pretty cool, man. It's a pretty fucking good story. At least I think so. Loved The Moon Was on Fire. It's been a while. It's been a bit since I've listened to it. I did like it though. My Property Isn't Normal is so good, but I feel like it's missing chunks of info. It does. And it's a corny ass story. It's a comedy pasta. But they went into it like it was a real creepypasta. It's like, no, it doesn't take itself seriously. It's a comedy pasta. Enjoy the comedy. And if you go into it like that, you'll have a whole different view of it. Though, all right, I will say my favorite bit that Creepcast has done was the fucking Jimmy Neutron bit. That was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever heard. And that the if you haven't listened to it, you really should go. It's time stamped in the comments. Jimmy Neutron bit on the My Property Isn't Normal is it is the funniest of all time Creepcast bit, and it's one of the funniest fucking things I've ever heard. That's if anyone's listening to the Jimmy Neutron bit, please comment. I need to share this laughter with somebody. Brain blast. I'm just gonna. Can you build me an invention, Jimmy? I'm too scared to do it myself. That shit was so funny. Can you make something that puts a bullet in my brain? Carl, that's just a gun. I'm sorry. Probably most of y'all probably haven't seen it. That was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever heard on Creepcast. I want more versions of the one with the guy living in a house in the middle of the woods and had a roommate who is like a friend agent and has a cult living in the woods, and his enemy is a mimic. Yeah, My Property Isn't Normal, Cisco. That story was really good. I liked it. But you know, you go into it not taking it seriously. It's a comedy pasta. Like, I love comedy pastas. I wish I found more comedy pastas. They're so hard to find. They are very hard to find, unfortunately. Makes me want to listen to Jimmy Neutron again. At first, I thought Hunter was doing because he's like, Carl! I thought he was doing the voice of the teacher with the long ass nose. Because he's like, Carl! And I was like, oh, he's doing the fucking Jimmy voice. Brain blast, Carl! Yep, Murderbird 17. I did do My Property Isn't Normal, Cisco. It's on my channel. It's on, there's another guy. Oh, someone asked me how long I was a cop for. Not very long. I think that was you, Nikki. Not long at all. It's a horrible job. But I've done it. Another channel. Is it Creepy Spaghetti? Let me look at it. Creepy Spaghetti, Creepypasta. So what the fuck was his name? It's not Creepy Spaghetti though. It's Creepy Spaghetti. All right, how about I type in? I know he did My Property Isn't Normal. Also, let me I'm off screen here, guys. Yeah, see, Creepy Spaghetti. He's another guy. 1.25 thousand subs, and he just stopped. And he was a great. He has a great voice. Let me play something from him. Hopefully he doesn't have any copyright music.
I'm sorry for the length, but I'm laying in bed and just have to get this out of my head and into writing. So I'll just try and type it out how it happened. An hour ago, I was talking to my friend Mike and my cousin Emily.
Yeah, like I like his voice. I like his acting. I had him on the channel a couple times. He played the guide in the story I did, one of my like first viral stories. I traveled through the 9 circles of hell, and he played the attendant / guide. And I thought it was only going to be like a 5 or 10 minute role. And it's one of those things where I asked somebody to do something before I knew how long it was. And it ended up being like 30 minutes of lines he had to give me. And he was so nice. He did it no problem. He stopped doing videos. He's one that stopped. Super bummer, man. It really sucks. With these other voice actors that just stopped YouTube, because nothing ever really caught on. And one of those reasons is also too, a lot of these voice actors stopped because AI came in, and it was just, let me also link here, because you don't have to listen to it from me, but there's the Creepy Spaghetti one. He did My Property Isn't Normal, and that was a good one. If you want to listen to it from him, maybe. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about. I was on Baraska and Ronnie's channel. Awesome, Dex. I didn't know that because I didn't listen to the second part of Baraska, because it's just so bad. But that's super cool. Who'd you play? The Outlaw Parallel Universe Saga is such an epic. Somnium and Temper both did them, and they are many hours. Phone's gonna die. Gotta finish watering the plants. Lots of love, respect until next time. Thank you so much, Nikki. Thanks for being here, man. I always love having you in the chat, man. Thank you. There are a lot of Mr. Outlaw is awesome. Mr. Outlaw has a lot of awesome stories. I've done quite a few of his. I did gosh, I can't find this last fucking Panther to save my life. I did I work for the government or whatever. The UFO story. It's funny. It's a story about a government group that covers up UFOs, and it has nothing to do with aliens. I did that. That was like a 4-hour story. Oh, Kimber's dad. Cool. Oh, so Kimber. Oh yeah, Kimber's dad. That's who Kimber is. Yep, that's awesome. What is it? Let me type in, actually. Let me search my name, and I'm going to type in Mr. Outlaw after Nightmares Nightly. And I also did Mr. Blank.
You could say I live in the middle of nowhere.
I did Mr. Blank.
I prefer to call it the middle of the wilderness, though.
Mr. Outlaw. I did Mr. Blank. Have I did My Friends Been Living in an Alternate Reality? I think so. Like, of course, I typed my name into YouTube and then Mr. Outlaw, and nothing is popping up that I did from him, even though I have him in the titles and stuff. Okay, so yeah, I did. Oh yeah, my theater screened a film called Mr. Blank. I did that. Then I did the UFO one. Ronnie's already done it, but this is a little secret thing that it'll probably take a while until I get this done because it's like 4 hours long. But I also want to do what's it called? Fuck. Now I'm blanking on it. You know, the underground facility or whatever of all the super things, of all the monsters and entities. I work at an underground government facility where we house, whatever. It's like 4 hours long. I want to do that. Dex, whenever I do that, you're gonna be in that, by the way. Thanks for agreeing to that without actually agreeing. You're gonna voice something in that. But see, that's something I want to do. But that's gonna have like fuck. I don't know how many voice actors are in that. A lot, because there's like 2 main characters, and then there's that alien. Oh yes, a panther. Oh come on. Oh fuck. Of course I'm getting gang banged over here. There's 2 main ones. There's 2 main actors in that one. And then there's also like the entity at the end that started the whole thing and released everybody. And then there's like, you know, maybe 3 good amounts of lines from the entities that are fighting in there. So I have to go through, highlight all that, and then find a cast for all the players in that one. It's such a good series of stories that I listen to everyone's narration of the underground prison. That's what it is. Yep. I'm excited to do that, but that is a 4-hour story, and that's going to take like, just like the tribal story, it took me like 2.5 hours just to highlight everybody's lines. Excuse me, hiccups. It felt to me Dusklight's Supernatural Wrestling Federation was an homage to Mr. Outlaw. That one was fucking awesome. I've listened to the NFC Championship by Ronnie. Geez, it's 6 hours, and I've listened to that whole fucking thing like five times. And I bought Dusklight's book. Later, guys, I gotta go. Thank you, Cisco. Have a good night, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, I've listened to the NFC like 6 times. So good. So good. Voice actors in that, so good. Soundtrack, amazing. Effects, everything. What are some other... Yeah, Dex, I've got a few... I don't know how long the voice lines are, but I got quite a few projects. It'll be dispersed out over like a month, but I got quite a few collabs that I want from you. Let me just type in Mr. Outlaw, Reddit. See, I don't think he doesn't have like a master list. How about, what's this? I'm searching something up right now. Mr. Outlaw's alternate reality series connections. That's someone put together. It's a Google Doc. My friend has been living in an alternate reality, the Havoc Project. I'm a night security guard, and I just watched surveillance footage of my own death. I'm a SWAT officer. Oh, that's another one. The worst heist I've ever been a part of. Stories from the cursed excavation site. There's some kind of basement in my hotel room. Bizarre encounters on a tour in North Korea. What happens when a psychopath meets a demon? They're part of the deep web we aren't supposed to see. Yeah, damn. There we go. I was contracted to help conceal a UFO crash site. I think they're hiding something worse. That's the one that I've done. I'm a guard stationed at a secret underground prison. Mr. Outlaw was off Reddit for a few years because he was writing the 3rd part of the Parallel Universe saga as a full novel. Yeah, he took a long-ass time off Reddit, which was a big bummer because he had some serious steam going. I need to, yeah, I want to get that, I want to do the Underground Prison one, because that's a nice long one. And then, what else do I want to do? There's another one that I can't think of that I want to do by Outlaw 2. Outlaw's short horrors are so different from his big, vast epics, can't even tell it from the same author. I know, right? Tell me about it. Mr. Outlaw's awesome. He's also a little corny. You know, let's be honest here. I mean, you look at Underground Prison, and he writes in there how they categorize things by like hurricane and typhoon levels. But it's cool. It's cheesy. It's cool. Don't take Deep Web. It's mine. Oh man, I'm grumpy. I just went to Walmart. Anybody would be grumpy. Now tell me, who in here is the kind of person that lets Walmart check their receipt? Because I'll tell you what, I walk right the fuck out of that bitch. They're like, "Sir, can I see your receipt?" And I just pretend like I didn't fucking hear them. I'm not showing my receipt at Walmart. That shit is not happening. Oh, finally, I found a panther. If you ever read Jack Townsend's actual Tales from the Gas Station, there's so much more content. Honestly, I don't like Tales from the Gas Station. I think it's a fan favorite. I don't like it. I recognize some of Mr. Outlaw's writing techniques from anime and modern fantasy. Yeah, 100%. He's like an anime author, which, it's cheesy to like regular people, but if you're in the anime crowd headspace, you're like, oh fuck yeah, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I love it. Sometimes I skip them, sometimes I indulge them. I'm like, listen, this is Walmart, right? This isn't fucking Costco. I'm not showing you my fucking receipt. It's not, I legally don't have to. I don't sign a contract saying I need to. If you and guess what? By the way, guys, Walmart employees are trained not to follow you anyways. Once you leave that door, they are trained not to follow your ass. Now you might get some diehard, person who thinks he's fucking manning the gate, that might follow you, but yeah, they're trained to just let you go to your car, Oh my gosh, what the fuck? I just aggroed everybody. This is ridiculous. See, this is sometimes why Classic sucks sometimes. This is insane. And there's no way in Classic you can't kill this many things. So I'm going to try to kill what I can and see how that goes. Oh, fuck. Like, come on. Come on. Take aggro, cat. Or actually, this is a lion that is my pet. Sorry, I can't read chat for a second. I might actually survive this. As long as my lion doesn't die. Ugh, they're doing so much damage to Kitty. Come on, if we can kill one, we'll be all right. There we go. Thank you. All right. Let me catch up on chat. It's because Outlaw wrote the parallel thing when he was younger. Like, he flat out has a character from Kengan Ashura, the squad member that talked about executing justice. That's funny. He's a super nice guy, too. I've talked to him in DMs. And he's just so nice. He's a super nice guy. When I was asking him for permission and stuff. Is there another part of the hotel one? I think it's Hotel Bella, something like that. I can't remember the name of the hotel. Naomi. There is. It finally has gotten a continuation. Give me one sec. It's cheesy, but it's also interesting because he understands some nuanced tricks like introducing tears and complexity. But it's at the low end of the pool, and the later guys are off the chart. Yeah. So there is. Guys, y'all have no idea. I don't know if any who's listened to Hotel Bella Muerte, because it's like a 4-year-old story now, I think. But it's one of the longest ones I've done. I think it's like 6 hours long. The Hotel Bella Muerte. The author, I was talking to her a long time ago, and she put out like, she put out 6 hours worth. And then it just left on a cliffhanger. And I was recording it kind of almost as it was coming out. or no, I don't know if it was as it was coming out when I was recording it, but when I recorded it, I didn't look at the end yet, and I didn't know the ending was just unfinished. It's not even a cliffhanger; it's just unfinished. I didn't know that, and then I got super pissed when I was done because it's like, oh, I got pissed because I wanted to know the ending of the story, and I knew people were gonna get pissed. And then she disappeared. She just had real life stuff going. There's nothing we can do about it. But our real life stuff kind of came up, and she messaged me in one of the. Well, she messaged me offline, but then she, was in chat in one of the live streams. She is continuing the story. I'm gonna continue it. At some point, could be in a couple weeks, could be in 5 months. I have no idea. The problem with continuing a story like that that's so old is I've gotten like 20,000 subscribers since then, so nobody on the channel really is going to even know what the story's about. So it's going to be a ton, because it's a long-ass story, it's going to be a ton of work for me to do, and it might not even get any views, I don't know. But I at some point, I am going to pick it up. That was also one of my big first kind of videos, because that one came out. It was so long. I did it in I did long stories in parts back then. I didn't just release the whole thing. And the parts did well, and then the compilation did. I think it's got I think part 1 has 50,000 views or something like that. Welcome home, Zachary. Welcome home. But yeah, that is a cool story. There's a lot of long stories I want to get done. Just need the time. And the thing is with the long stories, I want they have a lot of characters. I really like doing collaborations now with other narrators. I really enjoy it. And it just takes so long to get a story done when you have collabs. It's so much work. It's super worth it, but it'll be a story that I want. I'm like, oh man, I want to put this story out, in next week. I want to do it now. And it's like, well, shit, man, you got to give some people a week to get you lines. I'm Speedy Gonzalez. If you ask me for lines, I'll get them to you within an hour half the time. But, I'm home a lot. I'm home during the day. I go to work at night. So if I get asked during the day, I just hop right on the computer and get them done. Man, let's see. I'm level 35. And look at this, guys. I got a day and 23 hours playtime. It takes forever to level in Classic. All right, my friends. Chat's winding down. People are heading off to bed. I think I'm going to be one of them. Thank you all so much for chilling with me tonight. I hope you all enjoyed the hour of Tribal Part 2. I will have it done very soon. We'll see when it comes out. The next upload is going to be tomorrow or on Wednesday. We'll see. I'm going to try to get that done tomorrow too. I'm going to try to I really want the channel to grow big time, guys. I would love to finish the year out and be over 30,000 subscribers. Right now I'm averaging 300 to 400 a month. The channel just goes in waves, up and down, up and down. But I would love to be at least at 30K by the end of the year. I'd like to be 30, 35. But we'll see. It's so hard to compete with the AI channels now. But I'm going to try to be getting out a video every day, or at least 5 a week, Uh, Growth is about volume, really. If you do a story every day, it's huge growth, especially if they're quality stories. But we'll see if I can maintain that. I can do the recording. It's a lot of the what slows you down is can you even find that many stories? But thank you all so much for tuning in tonight. I appreciate y'all being here. And as always, well, let me check with chat real quick. I'll have to check that one out. Hotel Bella Muerte sounds good. It is good. I was listening to Hotel Bella Muerte the other day because I was listening to another hotel story. It takes me months to get through a story, let alone a collab. I just have to add atmosphere and SFX. Yeah, Dex, I know, but it's not just you should try it out. Just slowing things down, or put out some just regular ones. I'd love to see you post a lot more frequently. That would be awesome, man, and that would help the growth so much, especially if they're longer stories. I appreciate all you do, bro. Thanks for everything. Have a great night, and I'm looking forward to next time. Thank you, man. So my wife is going back to she's going back to work in a few weeks. I'm as of right now, every single stream will still be Monday nights. I'm trying to make that an absolute regular because I want consistency and I want people to know, oh, Monday is Nightmares Nightly night. A couple might be off, but I don't know. We'll see. When she goes back to work. But I think we'll be able to work it out and everything should be good. I love doing these live streams. It's so much fun. So much fun. And, y'all get to see me as a regular person and not just the guy who talks you to sleep. Oh, absolutely, Dex. I think some of my subs are coming over from your channel, so thanks for that. Oh, please. I hope everybody does. That's another reason why I love doing collabs is collab with you, collab with anybody. You'll all now that YouTube has that easy button where you click and it shows you the person right away, and you don't have to go to the description. Anytime I do a collab with someone or they collab with me, I see the subs go up and it's awesome. I love it. All right. As always, thanks for listening, everybody. Anytime I do a collab with someone or they collab with me, I see the subs go up and it's awesome. I love it. All right. As always, thanks for listening, everybody.